I feel like I need to start off every stream with that song. It just puts me in the mood, you know? All right. Hey, everybody. How we doing? Fine, I'm listening to Brad today. All right, fine, you've got me. Another day of listening to Brat. Such a banger. I know. It was so funny. After Life of a Showgirl came out, I re-listened to Brat, and now I've just been like hardcore on Brat mode again. It's 2024. I'm just running back 2024. Listen to Sympathy is a Knife so much. I am going to admit, since that album came out, I've probably listened to that song 40 times. Hi, Drustet. Thank you for the 4 months. Battlemaster D, thank you for the gifted. Brat, Kamala Harris, coconuts. Oh my God, what a time. What a time. Did you just fall out of a coconut tree? That was that era. Did you think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you. Don't get it twisted. That feels like a lifetime ago. That's kind of the way that things work now. Last week, China feels a lifetime ago. Y'all, China feels a lifetime ago. I miss Billy Billy. I do. I miss Billy Billy. 9 years to be exact. Yes, 9 years has happened in the last week, in between before sunrise and before sunset. Streamer Awards feels like it happened a month ago. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Yesterday's movie was good, but I want more. Don't we all? Tough guy Walkman. I want more. You're like Ariel. She just wants more. I want to be where the people are. Bruh, the lady who just went up and said whoever should have won and said was wild. My problem too is like, if you're gonna do that, girl, you gotta nail it. You can't be stumbling over words. You can't be interrupting what's happening on stage, but then also be interrupting yourself because you can't get the words out smoothly. You know? Anyway, all right. We don't need to get into all the moments of Stream Awards again. All I keep thinking of is I just love puzzles. I just keep thinking of Gma. I keep thinking about the drag queens on the red carpet, you know? That's the good stuff. That is the good stuff. Awards interruptions used to be iconic. Yeah. Keeks, thank you for the 9 months. Anyway. Anyway. You fell asleep and missed Before Sunset? Oh yeah, I was crying at the end. And I've seen that movie more than once. But the ending always gets me. It does. I just love to feel things, you know? I love to watch a film and feel alive and just get to experience all these emotions. Did Ethan smash or pass? Well, that's one way of phrasing it. I think at the end, it's pretty clear he's not getting on the flight. Have I condemned Jesse today? I have not. That's going to be a new segment too. We've got body segment. We've got fuck Quentin Tarantino segment. We've got have I condemned Jesse from the Before trilogy segment. You know what I saw today too? I saw an announcement of a new film that Paul Dano's going to be doing. I'm like, that man is so... I just love it. I just love that Paul Dano is out here continuing to work. He's booked. He's busy. He's staying in his own lane. He's unbothered. That's what it's about, you know? The best way to dunk on the haters sometimes is to just ignore them. I mean, there is power in that, you know? There's power in that, especially because if you have shooters, they'll go to battle for you. And sometimes the best way to make somebody look like a goddamn fool, an even bigger fool, is to do nothing, is to say nothing. You just ignore because it makes them look even more inconsequential. Do nothing, win. That's Paul Dano right now. Do nothing, win. I want Paul Dano and Matthew Lillard to be in something together. Yeah, let's I was gonna say, no, not Scream, because fuck Scream. But I'm trying to think of, you know what? Paul Dano and Matthew Lillard in a new Scooby-Doo movie. Did you see Daniel Day-Lewis post about Dano? I did. I mean, I knew that was going to happen, even though Daniel Day-Lewis very rarely posts on social media. I mean, it's Daniel Day-Lewis, right? But you... This is what I mean by, this is how much Quentin Tarantino fucked up by coming after Paul Dano. He doesn't really use social media. He has it, but only once in a while. Very occasionally. It's always like a surprise when Daniel Day-Lewis uses social media. Usually it's for like, he's used social media in the past for like pro-Palestine stuff, which is super cool. And now defending Paul Dano. But anyway, Quentin Tarantino, he crossed that final line by going after Paul Dano. How about a film where Matthew Lillard and Paul Dano play every character? What about I could see the like waiting for Godot with those two. Paul Dano and Uma Thurman star in a Before trilogy reboot. DDL posting about Palestine and Paul Dano glazing. You know what? That should be... I wish that was me. Maybe next year, I've been, envisioning how I revamp my entire... all my socials. Not revamp, but just kind of hone in more on what I want. Like, what's my brand? What do I want people to know of me as a content creator if they go to my TikTok or my YouTube, etc.? Maybe I'm just going to be like Daniel Day-Lewis. It'll just be Palestine and Paul Dano. Okay, somebody said, real talk, is Netflix really that bad? Warner Brothers already lost Chris Nolan, canceling movies for tax benefits, shutting down studios after buying HBO Max. At least a new home. Yes. Now, I agree with you. The alternative of Paramount is horrible. And I would say, as anti-art and as anti-theater and as anti the form of film, the art form of films is, like Netflix is, Paramount buying Warner Brothers Discovery is even worse. But make no mistake, Netflix is a fucking disaster. Because here's the thing, Paramount, which is controlled by the conservative, right-wing billionaire Ellison family, if they take over Warner Brothers Discovery, here's everything they will control. Paramount Studios, CBS, CNN, MTV, HBO, Comedy Central, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, Warner Brothers, DC Studios, Fandango, New Line Cinema, TNT Sports, TBS, Oracle, etc. So the amount of control over media, both legacy media, both new media, over the internet, over the algorithms, over social media platforms that Paramount has been amassing is dangerous. It is dangerous. And of course you have Jared Kushner and his firm who have joined in on the Paramount bid. Disastrous. So truly, there's no good option. If it's Netflix or if it's Paramount, we the people lose. But I do think Paramount is worse. And the other thing too is that Netflix just wants the streaming and studio business of Warner Brothers. They don't care about the entire company. They don't care about the control of they're not in it to control news media like Paramount is. They want to have control over the film industry. That's where they've been, that's what their business is. They want the IP. They want the power to keep killing the theatrical model. Barry Weiss will somehow become John Oliver's boss if the Paramount merger happens. Yeah, I mean, it's just so bad. They will control almost every major cable channel. Their distribution will maybe even be greater than, say, Disney's. I don't know, man. It's like it basically comes down to the company that wants to kill the theatrical model and destroy the theater going experience, and then the company run by people who want to have influence over all media and forms of communication and to control our algorithms. And they already wield a dangerous amount of power and influence. And this just is, it just makes it even worse. So, okay. Anyway, we'll talk about it more. We'll look at what the latest is, because Paramount made a hostile bid today. They came in with an offer to shareholders, attempting to snatch Warner Brothers Discovery away from Netflix. Donald Trump has claimed that he's not going to take sides. Regulatory experts are predicting that the Netflix and Warner Brothers deal will be approved So it looks like even with the attempt by Paramount that the Netflix Warner Brothers deal is still going to happen. Okay, so we'll get into that. We'll look at the Golden Globes. We will talk about. I think I want to watch the David Corenswet and Jonathan Bailey Actors on Actors, because there's like one moment from that I saw making the rounds, and I want to give my thoughts on it. Are we gonna talk about what Judi Dench said? All right, here are my thoughts on Judi Dench. Judi Dench is 91. And to me, I think it was Deadline who first ran this, or it was in an interview with the Radio Times, and then it's the trades that are picking up on, that are running with this story and framing it this way. Judi Dench, I'm not excusing her basically defending Harvey Weinstein, saying that he never did anything to me, and then Kevin Spacey, but she is also 91. And at a certain point, what are we doing, right? What are we doing going to 91-year-old Judi Dench being like, hey, how do you feel about Harvey Weinstein? Like, this woman has reached a point that she is retired. She is at the end of her life. Do we need to know what get her in a Senate seat? You know what, actually, is the perfect time for Judi Dench to now run for office. I'm just like, do we need to be putting Judi Dench in this position where, she's just going to be ripped apart for these comments because they're not good, but also, Judi Dench isn't at a point in her life where she's going to see people be mad on the internet and go, oopsie, she's 91. I think it was Jordan Searles who had a take on this that I laughed at because I agreed with it. She said, let me find it. Search Jordan Searles. Hold on. Okay, if anyone finds this faster than me, please. Was it Jordan Searles? I can't remember. I was liking stuff on the TL. What are we looking for? Yeah, she was basically like, this is elder. Oh, here we go. She goes, oh wait, she ended up deleting it, but she basically kind of cheekily went, this kind of feels like elder abuse. Okay, you're going up to 91-year-old Judi Dench. I'm being like, hey, give us your thoughts on Kevin Spacey. Give us your thoughts on Harvey Weinstein. I'm sorry, but a 91-year-old who says this, which is, she said, in an interview with the Radio Times, Judi Dench said she felt like the former Miramax producer had done his time that was not clear. She was referring to his prison sentence or industry purgatory. In the same interview, she said she remained in contact with Kevin Spacey after the actor provided her with support following the death of her husband. I saw a bit of film of Harvey walking with two sticks, and you think, well, I knew Harvey and I knew him well and worked with him, and I had none of that experience. Very fortunately for me. The actress said she had empathy for Weinstein's victims, but said, I imagine he's done his time. She added, I don't know. To me, it's personal. Forgiveness. Okay, do I agree with Judi Dench's statement? No. But do I go, holy shit, I think we need to go. I think we need Judi Dench's head on a platter. Judi Dench needs to pay for this. Man, it's like she's of that time, and I'm not surprised that a 91-year-old has provided comments like this And I'm just like, why do we do this? And it almost feels like it's this intentional kind of, this is like this version of drama farming where they're gonna, they can probably expect that Judi Dench will say something that's gonna piss people off on the internet, and so they'll happily put out a story that's like, Judi Dench says Harvey Weinstein has done his time after rape conviction. Producer grateful for Dom's kind words. Because people will click on it, and because it's gonna incense. It's gonna cause great incense. What is canceling a 91-year-old going to accomplish? Yeah, that's kind of my take on it. It's like, okay, grandma, let's get you back inside. That meme. Let's not ask the opinions of people born in the 1930s. Who cares? That's what I'm saying. At a certain point, like, do we really need to be asking people over the age of 90 what their thoughts are? You know? Seeds, thank you for the 28 months. Now, if they're a politician, I'm like, get them the fuck out, right? Cancel the olds. And then here she is in 2017. Whilst there's no doubt that Harvey Weinstein has helped and championed my film career for the past 20 years, I was completely unaware of these offenses, which are, of course, horrifying, and I offer my sympathy to those who have suffered and wholehearted support to those who have spoken out. That's 8 years ago. So her saying what she's saying now, I don't think it's because she's like changed her mind on the matter. I gotta be honest, I think it's because she's 91. You know? What will you get canceled for saying when you're 91? We'll see. We will see. I think when you reach a certain age, you're allowed to retire from the discourse. Yeah. No, I don't agree with ageism or that older people should be viewed as children. They're adults. I recognize that. But at what point, like, do we see the frivolity and the uselessness of, like, having 90-something-year-olds be a part of this discourse? I know exactly what this is. I know the purpose of this. And it's like, man, what are we're going to come after Judi Dench? We're going to cancel this 91-year-old. She's going to have to, like, do a ukulele apology video. On your 91st birthday, someone's going to play a clip of you defending Judi Dench, defending Harvey Weinstein, and cancel you. And like, if it's not clear, it's not that I agree with Judy's comments. Okay, that's not the point I'm making here. That's not the point I'm making here. It's just like, at a certain point, why are we asking somebody this age about this kind of stuff? You know, I'm sorry, but I also assume that with few exceptions, people who are born in 1930 probably aren't going to have the most base takes when you're asking them to participate in discourse. Judi Dench needs to apologize for cats first. That's true. That is true. She talked about how she can't recognize people's faces to the point she can't watch TV. What are we doing here? Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Judi Dench makes shocking defense of Harvey Weinstein. And notice that they also keep using photos from like 15 years ago. You know, it's like this kind of stuff. This is from like, this is old. This is old. So that is like, that's drama farming. I gotta be for real. I just had a thought that made me shudder, realizing by the time we're in our 90s, AI will be so pervasive that it'll be practically impossible to trust any information from the best. I mean, God, I hope not. I hope we stop it. What did Judi Dench think about the Streamer Awards? That's what I want to know. That's those. I need all the takes. I need all the hot takes. Excited for 91-year-old Caroline to finally address all the Twitch drama. Yeah, I mean, when I'm in my 90s, I'm just going to say whatever the fuck. No filter. Mending Logan, thank you for the 9 months. Anyway. Yeah. And then there's this story. It's like, what is age-related macular degeneration, the condition Dom Judi Dench suffers from? Okay, here's the tweet. This feels like elder abuse for the sake of engagement. Why are you bothering a 90-year-old woman who just announced her retirement and publishing quotes that will make people angry with her? Someone said, why do they delete this when it's so right? Judi Dench was born 6 years before the start of World War II. Obviously, she's going to have dreadful ideas about rape. We don't need her contribution. God love her, but ignore it and move on. Yeah. How did you pronounce Dame? Dom Judi Dench. I feel like it's more regal that way. Just sounds right. Do you know what 80-year-olds I ride for? Glenn Close, who we have to protect from Ariana Grande stands? Oh, no. Oh, no. St. Louis Film. Because of the St. Louis Film Critics Association? Oh, boy. Jesus. Where is Ariana? Okay, can I just say, they're saying Glenn Close, these people are unserious. Those are the kinds of people who only watch Wicked 2. No replies to the quote tweet. Oh, the quote tweet says, this is so weird. Glenn Close, these are not serious people. No, you're not a serious person. You're not a serious person. Can we stop? Can we stop with the like internet lingo around Glenn Close? These are not serious people. No, you are an unserious, uncultured person who should not be giving any opinions whatsoever when you're talking about Glenn Close like this. They want to be different so bad. Oh my God. Ariana Grinder. This is not a real person. Glenn Close, like, be serious? No, you be fucking serious. Watch more than one goddamn movie, especially when that movie is Wicked 2. Especially when every person in that film you post a screenshot of and you're like, your Oscar's calling. And I'm sorry, no, it's not. No, it's not. No Oscar is calling. Glenn Close over Ariana Grande. This is basically what the Oscar lineup is going to look like. Personally, I'd rather have Ariana lose in all these regional critics associations and win all the televised awards. hell, the fact that Wicked 1 got the nominations it got, I felt about that. But Wicked 2, can we be so for real? It's Wicked 2. Ethan's Oscar is coming home, baby. And for the most part, I try not to have very strong opinions when I have not seen a film, but I know Wicked 2. And in no world could Ariana Grande, despite doing an incredible job, the best job that she could do as Elphaba in Wicked 2, there is no world in which you can say the statement, Glenn Close, these are not serious people. You just can't. Do you see its incredible week-to-week box office drops? Yes, because it didn't get great reviews. Because people were like, oh, yeah, this isn't very good. And I will watch Wicked 2. I will. As not just a theater kid, but as an awards season commentator. I do have plans to watch Wicked 2. But it just, my God, I don't even think saying open the schools is enough. Just destroy stan mentality. We have to destroy stan mentality. They're also mad at Emma Stone for being nominated over Cynthia for Critics' Choice. And girl, why would you pick one of the most universally beloved actresses to pick on? Because they're all getting whacked in the quotes. I'm going to whack them. I don't know who in the film industry needs to hear this, but Emma Stone doesn't need to be nominated every time a movie of hers comes out. Thank you, Parker Films, for that. Thank you for that incredible take. This and again, this is the kind of person who only cares about one thing, and that's Wicked 2. You know? I'm sorry, but Emma Stone can be nominated every time a movie of hers comes out in lieu of a Cynthia Erivo or Ariana Grande. And you can't do anything about it. And I think you are doing yourself an incredible disservice if you can't understand why Emma Stone would be nominated for her performance over the Wicked 2 ladies. I mean, obviously Ariana's in supporting, but I sure do. It's been done before, but why wouldn't I want Cynthia to finally complete her EGOT status? Hey, maybe Cynthia doesn't need to complete EGOT by winning for Wicked 2. Okay? And she's incredible. Cynthia is an incredible talent. But like, let's chill the fuck out. I agree, but I'll cut her slack for Begonia this one time because she was really good in that. This person saying, damn it, because they clearly haven't watched Begonia. And I don't mean to be a hypocrite because I haven't watched Wicked 2, but it's not the same thing, okay? It ain't the same thing because I'm not out here stan-brained. Yeah, also, people are EGOTing these days with audiobooks. Yes. Yeah, that's kind of the cheat code. You just EGOT with an audiobook. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Oh, this person went on private. I don't know what it is. Category fraud is ruining people's perceptions of what a supporting role is because they're accusing Emma of it when she's the co-lead. Someone said Emma should be in supporting and that it was category fraud. Mind you, Ariana has a lead role in Wicked. Here's the thing. There's no reasoning with the Stan brain. There's no logic. There's no genuinely thoughtful opinions when your brain, this is your brain on Standum. It cooks you. It cooks you because you are not interested in genuine evaluation of films and performances. You're only there to ensure that your fave, a person who you parasocially are obsessed with and that you stan in this really toxic way, you're just there to ensure that they win everything. Yeah. Here's the original tweet. I think the quote was deleted. The OG tweet is Emma Stone's supporting performance over Cynthia's leading performance. Okay. Hashtag whites only. This is the Critics' Choice Best Actress nominees. Jessie Buckley in Hamnet, Rose Byrne, If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, Chase Infinity, One Battle After Another. Renate, I memorized how to say her name last time. Renate Reinsve in Sentimental Value, Amanda Seyfried, The Testament of Anne Lee, and Emma Stone in Begonia. This again, it's like, how do I even, I can't even argue with this person. I can't even argue with this person because they don't watch anything. They don't, Reinsve. They're not interested in film. Bitch, did you watch Begonia? What you're neglecting to factor here is that Wicked 2 is bad. Yeah, I think there's one thing you're not taking into consideration, and it's the fact that Wicked 2 is not that good. Also, I'm sorry, but anybody who has seen Begonia knows it's absurd to be upset about Emma Stone in the lead category. That's somebody who not only has not seen Begonia, has no interest in seeing Begonia. Did you see it yet? Yeah, I finally saw it. She's literally yes. She is the co-lead of that film. She is on the poster. What did I think about Begonia? I actually really liked it. I think it's one of his more accessible films. I think if you're not a Yorgos fan, if some of his stuff is maybe just too weird, I think you'll probably like Begonia. I actually found it really tragic. I was... One, I didn't know Stavi had that big of a role because the cast is really small, and Stavi has a pretty his role's pretty prominent. I thought he did a great job. I mean, Jesse Plemons is incredible as always. I like The Favorite but hated Poor Things is where I'm at with him. I will say, I think when it comes to Yorgos, my two favorite films of his are The Favorite and now Begonia. Yeah, so I thought Stavi was pretty good. Jesse Plemons incredible. Emma Stone, she really is consistently delivering great performances. Killing of a Sacred Deer Erasure? No. No. Not one of my favorites. Okay, well, the favorite was the only one I've liked of his, so I'd probably like Begonia. I think you would. I do think it's...
Israel will be allowed to compete in the Eurovision Song Contest.
Where's that
announcement coming from the European Broadcasting Union. Organizers ultimately decided to not hold a vote on Israel's participation. This, despite calls for exclusion over the war in Gaza and boycott threats.
Okay, there we go. I was like, where's that coming from? Sometimes, I swear to God, things just start playing. Things just start playing on my computer. And I'm like, do you guys hear those voices too? Do y'all hear those voices, or is it just me? Anyway, yeah, I think the film, as I said, is it's in the category of like black comedy, but there's a real sadness to it, and I don't know. I felt I can see the parallels with that film as far as kind of the commentary on it. The characters. I see the parallel to Ari Aster's Eddington. I think Eddington's a much bigger film where Ari Aster takes a lot of big swings, but kind of the similarity between Begonia and Eddington being this look at what happens when how does someone get driven to a point of believing dangerous conspiracy theories, the way that you have Jesse Plemons' character and then characters in Eddington who kind of represent that like fall down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, and how that people's emotions can be real, and they can be responding to very real pain and suffering that is being enacted upon them by the cretinous, powerful overlords who don't care about poisoning environments, who don't care about just screwing folks over. But then it's like the difference between those feelings and then where they direct it, what the outcome is of it. But I thought Begonia was, I think it's simpler in kind of what Yorgos was trying to accomplish with it. But still like it being a simpler film as far as its execution, I don't think that means that the ideas aren't important or profound. With Begonia, there's also an undertone of elitism and eugenics. Well, I think too, what's interesting is kind of the alien metaphor. And without any spoilers, essentially Jesse Plemons plays this guy who is crackpotty but highly intelligent, and you can see that he's really been driven down this conspiratorial path because of personal grievances and because of just being failed by not just people in his life, but like a lot of people, being failed by the world. And he becomes, he's convinced that Emma Stone, who's the CEO of this major company, that she's an alien and part of an alien species, an alien race that's goal is to destroy humanity. And so I think that kind of concept of human versus alien, maybe people who are human in their being, but like emotionally are alien. And I think too, kind of the question of, so it's a question of like, okay, so Emma Stone, human or alien? But I think her playing this character where she's this ruthless, ruthless is the right word to describe it. Ruthless CEO, where I just kind of kept thinking to myself, I don't think the question really is, oh, well, is she an alien or is she a human? Because I think the commentary on no, you guys, this is here's the premise. For the last time, can you not think something is a spoiler when it's literally the premise of the film? The plot follows two conspiracy-obsessed men who kidnap the CEO of a pharmaceutical company, convinced she is an alien. I swear to God, some of y'all do not fucking know what a spoiler is. I swear to God, I'll be like, Emma Stone's in the film. You'll be like, spoiler! It's like I give away less than what's in the trailer. I give away less than what's in the trailer. And that's why, like, when I'm giving just my thoughts or a review on a film that's recently come out, I'm carefully describing it because I'm not spoiling it. So there are things I won't say, and I'm working around it. Excuse me, I was avoiding the cast list until I saw the movie. I didn't even want to know who was in it. Didn't even want to know. But what I am describing is that's the premise, right? But it's the kind of concept of human versus alien, and the commentary with Emma Stone being a CEO of a pharmaceutical company, and how, we're constantly referring to somebody like Mark Zuckerberg as an alien, right? As like foreign to humanity because he's so soulless, because he's such a ruthless fucking piece of shit. And anyway, so I thought that was an interesting, and it's an interesting thing to explore in a film. And also taking this person who I don't think Jesse Plemons' character was someone that, like in Eddington, is a person that you just totally write off because he's conspiracy obsessed and because he's seemingly a crackpot. It's like you have this person who, again, like in real life, is somebody who is responding. The feelings that he has as a result of the way that he has been so abused in this world, but then the path that someone like him goes down in this very rabbit hole conspiracy theory focused world. And anyway, so I really liked the film. And I think Jesse Plemons, I think he's one of my faves. I think he's one of those guys who anytime he's in a film, I also love to see him in more lead films like this, because he's a person that he'll show up and he's usually the best part or one of the best parts of a film. He's the best part of Civil War. He's just amazing. I think he's in the category of underrated greats. I've never seen this man miss. I haven't seen Begonia yet, but it sounds really interesting. I got to add it to my list. Yeah, I definitely think it is worth the watch. And I really like Emma in these roles. To me, I kind of saw a little bit of her role that she did in the Nathan Fielder show, The Curse, which I think is one of her best performances too. The Curse, when I saw Emma Stone in The Curse, that really kind of was the final solidifying in my mind of her being a phenomenal performer. And there's definitely aspects of the character that she plays in Begonia that I also saw in the character she played in The Curse. Like, I think she's really good at playing this kind of cutting, cutthroat, but also a person who may present themselves as like a good human being, but is actually terrifying. And I think there's something too about her look. She has such an interesting look, and she's got these really big eyes. And I think the way she looks, and in particular her eyes, can play into her ability to portray characters who are like really kind of fucking scary. Who can just turn like that. I even liked her in Cruella despite not really loving the movie. Yeah, me too. Do you have any movies you would recommend for someone who's barely seen any and is just getting into film? Any movies I recommend for someone who's barely seen any and is just getting into film? Is there anything in particular that you are drawn to? Shrek 2. No. Don't listen to chat. I would say it depends on kind of your approach that you want to take. If you're looking to get into film from a kind of student of film approach, I think it's always good to go down lists of like, you know, Criterion Collection, 100 greatest films, you know, where it'll have like The Godfather on there, where it'll have like Oscar-winning, critically acclaimed films. I think Crash. Wait, let me see if this chatter said anything. I'm open-minded. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's tough because it's like, do you watch? All right. Let me think about this. I would not say David Lynch. What kind of genre does chatter like? They just said they're open-minded. It's easier if you know someone's interest, but no, I would not. I wouldn't start with a director like Lynch. I think 2001's a good suggestion just because it really is one of the, I think it's one of the, not just greatest sci-fi films of all time, but the way that film still decades later holds up and puts other sci-fi films to shame. And everything from the visuals, the effects, the soundtrack, how influential that film was, or do start with Lynch. I mean, I guess it's like, okay, you can watch a Lynch film and then you either really dig it or you go, huh? You go, maybe this isn't for me. So then you can kind of start figuring out what your interests are. I'm really trying to think. Like, I think Spielberg is a great place to start, actually. I think Close Encounters, I think Jaws, I think Jurassic Park, these were big films, but they are great films and they're also influential films. Jaws, which led to the summer blockbuster, it changed the industry in the way that like Jurassic Park did as well. And I think those are films that are easy to watch, but also can really encourage and foster a love of cinema, So I think for someone maybe like that chatter who's very new to watching films, you can start there. I think Martin Scorsese is also a good actor to start with. Takashi Miike's Ichi the Killer. Yeah, you know what? You should watch Cannibal Holocaust. I think Mementos that's a great one too. Yeah, so maybe directors who it's like they're commercial, but also that doesn't mean they don't make great films. Sorry, I realized open-minded was too vague. I do love anything that's just good TBH and struggle to pinpoint one genre I like. That's okay. Anyway, if you've already seen those films, maybe this isn't even helpful then, but The Fugitive, so they can know who switched. You switch the samples. Yeah. So anyway, Nolan, Scorsese, Spielberg. I think those are a couple good places to start. Unless you're really wanting to, right? It's like, okay, Wong Kar-wai is an amazing director. I agree, but I think that's the type of director that you dive into his filmography, into his work, when you are, when you're approaching film from a more kind of student, not that like Spielberg doesn't count. I just like, it might be a lot for someone who is truly new to watching films. I've seen some of them, but I will check out the rest that you and the rest of chat mentioned. Thank you, Lady Kwan. You're welcome. Quentin Tarantino. Fuck Quentin Tarantino. What about the instant classic Morbius? As I said, Phoenix Fireheart, don't listen to chat. Do not. Do not listen to these jokers. You think this will hurt or help Timothy's campaign? Oh, God. Kris Jenner wearing a Marty Supreme jacket. Why does she look MAGA? Why does this look like a very MAGA fit? You know what okay, chatter, wait, one last recommendation I would make for you is I think Shawshank Redemption could be a good film too for you to watch. But yeah, just more of a broad intro to cinema. Okay, wait, am I crazy or does she just look she looks like she'd be at Mar-a-Lago in this fit? Do I think this is going to help or hurt Timothy? I mean, I don't think it helps. I've seen it. It was cinema. Okay, great. Cool. I don't think Kris Jenner wearing a Marty Supreme jacket helps. It's the tackiness of the dress with the top. Yeah. Is that why she's giving? That's why she's giving Mar-a-Lago. It's also the hair, the facelift. So that's my opinion. It doesn't help him. Violet is a stinker. Thank you for the 4 months. Snow It Snore. Thank you for the tier 1. Dead Smurf account. Thank you for the 32 months. WMFTW Media. Thank you for the prime. So you're saying Miss Club has a point? Yeah. So I'm saying I'm now with Miss Club. Now you aren't catching me. You aren't catching me out here agreeing with Miss Club. Okay. Even if I were to share a similar opinion, I would never even count that as like, I would never, ever say Miss Club had a point. Ain't no way. Okay. Let's look at the Golden Globes nominations, and then I want to talk the latest with Netflix and Paramount going head to head on purchasing Warner Brothers, WBD, which is bad. In case you don't know, it's not good. All right, I thought I had.
Okay.
No. Why do things keep playing all the time? Sorry. Oops.
And the Golden Globe nominations are out with some expected nods and a few surprises. Actors Marlon Wayans and Sky P. Marshall announced the nominees this morning for the 83rd annual event. One battle after another tops the list with 9 nominations, but it'll have some strong competition.
I will say my one disappointment from One Battle After Another is that there was no nomination for Regina Hall, which was really a bummer to me. I just feel like everybody kind of secured a nom from that film except for Regina Hall. And I think she was one of the best performances in that film. I think her character being just such a tragic figure, and then the tragedy continuing by her not getting nominated. I preferred her performance more than others in that movie. Yeah, here's maybe this is a hot take. And I think Tiana Taylor is fucking awesome. But I actually think I would nominate Regina Hall over Tiana. And it's not so much an indictment on Tiana's abilities and performance as it's more of a it's more of just how I viewed Regina's performance, and then also her not just her importance in that film, the character that she plays, and the undertaking that she had in that film. I mean, I think Tiana was also underused, but Regina is, I don't know. I think her not getting nominated almost feels too on the nose with how her character ended up in the film. Yeah, I preferred her performance more than. Yeah, I just feel that way as well.
Contributor and senior producer of ESPN's Anscape, Kelly Carter's here with more on that. Hi, Kelly. So, who are the other big film contenders this year?
I mean, we got to talk about Frankenstein at Netflix. That to me was one of the most satisfying, experiences I had in the theater this year.
And the thing, okay, here's the thing about Regina as well. Regina's character arc and the kind of subduedness of her performance, I think, is why she's being overlooked. But I think it's why I would have given her a nomination, because I thought that what she did was extraordinary. And it's also challenging to play a role like that in a film where a lot of people are giving, kind of they have bigger roles, not in the sense of like they're a lead and she's a supporting actor, but just the characters they're playing and the performances they're giving, being kind of a different vibe. And I thought the challenge that Regina Hall had in the character she played, who feels very different and has just a really different storyline, and where she ends up from a lot of other people in that film. I just thought she was great. I've been a fan of Regina Hall's for a long time.
Victor Frankenstein. Only topped by Sinners and what Ryan Coogler was able to do. And that came out earlier this year. And I was a little nervous about what that film was going to do by the time we got into award season, because it did come out so early in the year and not in the fourth quarter, which is what we normally expect the best art of the year to come out. But that film was incredible. It was original.
Man, it's hard for me to also pick what I think is the biggest snub from Sinners. You got Delroy Lindo. You have Miles Caton didn't get a nom. Wunmi Mosaku did not get a nom. I don't know who I put as like my biggest disappointment for not being nominated. Maybe Delroy. If I had to pick one person, Caton didn't get anything. No. No. But also maybe Mosaku, because similarly to Regina Hall, she plays a role that is like in a very important emotional backbone, and it's the subtleties of her performance and how important her character is to the film. No, she didn't get anything. I don't know. So it's tough, because it's like a lot of times it'll happen that somebody who does a phenomenal job in a role like that ultimately doesn't get the credit when it comes time for award season. And it's the people who are kind of doing the flashier performances who kind of have, I don't know. It's maybe what it's just maybe what when it comes time for nominations and for awards voters to make decisions, it's like, oh, they try to remember who's featured a lot in the marketing, right? Another emotional supporting role that isn't getting anything is Dawn from Begonia. Oh, it's just devastating. That performance, my God. But yeah, it's kind of like sometimes the emotionally grounding characters, the ones who their work is felt and ultimately the film is celebrated for the qualities that result from these kinds of performances and these roles, the people who play them not being rewarded for it, not getting credit for it. I still think it's not unlikely we see Michael B. Jordan miss on Oscars morning. Yeah, I think it's possible. Yeah.
And that's something that you rarely see.
I mean, look, I don't mean possible, like anything's possible, but it's one of those where I could see that happening
In Hollywood because so many films are based off of source material.
Now, the television category has some familiar names, right? Ones that we see come up all the time. But there's a newcomer in the mix, too.
There is a newcomer. Seth Rogen came through with the studio for Apple TV Plus. That was so much fun. And I think it was fun for a number of reasons. I mean, yes, it is incredibly funny. And you will binge it and then you will immediately run it back and binge it again. But it also is incredibly nuanced. It really gives you this behind the scenes look as to how Hollywood works. I thought that maybe it wasn't going to find an audience when I first screened it because I felt like it was
Jen,
so
thank you for the 5
insider
months.
baseball. But then I started making, civilians watch it like my husband, and they were like, okay, this is funny. I get it. I may not totally understand all the things that are being discussed, but it absolutely resonated. We saw how big it did at the Emmys earlier this year, and I expect it to do really well at the Golden Globes also.
What do you make of
So the Globes resulted in One Battle After Another having the most nominations, dominating the Globes. But Critics' Choice Awards, it was Sinners. So I don't know if this is kind of shaping up to be thematically what this season could look like, where critics prefer a film like Sinners, but kind of a more general award, like not necessarily specifically nominating committees being made up of film critics preferring something like One Battle After Another. I mean, it's not that critics don't love One Battle. I just, I'm curious to see if Sinners is going to triumph at critics award shows versus One Battle having more success at the award shows that are less, with nominating bodies, with voting committees that are comprised of more than just film critics. I think you're more likely to see Marty Supreme mount an underdog run than Sinners at this point. I could see what happens to Sinners is that it is a film where as award season goes on, it becomes less and less in the picture.
the new categories this year?
Yeah, so cinematic achievement is back for the second year, and that really is an opportunity to tap into what real movie consumers are actually watching. So much that happens every year this time when we talk about the best art of the year is that it's a lot of art house films or independent films, not studio films that you probably actually went out and saw at the multiplex. And so this is an opportunity to really pay homage to films that really pierced through and did financially well, but also that people actually saw. So they feel like they're part of this whole experience. And I'm excited that that's back this year. Also new this year is Best Podcast. I wasn't entirely sure when they announced that voters would be including podcast.
I gotta keep it a buck. I don't understand why. I don't. I'm like, okay. I will say, at least this seems to be more dominated by comedians than by like right-leaning commentators, goobers. I know. I mean, obviously, Joe Rogan doesn't consider himself to like do politics. You know, that's not what he says his podcast is. But I don't know, dumbasses, I guess I'll just say. So it's Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard, Call Her Daddy, Good Hang with Amy Poehler, the Mel Robbins podcast, Smartless up first. Just give it to Amy and call it a day.
But when you look and see who was nominated, you will see a lot of Hollywood-led podcasts that got in the nomination this year. And it kind of makes sense when you think about it, because so many actors are stepping behind the microphone and interviewing their friends and giving us a different way to talk about film. So I think that's kind of cool.
And Kelly, you're a voter for the Golden Globes. What do voters look for when choosing top picks? Is it just whatever your favorite was in that category, or is there more to it than that?
I mean, I think there are a couple of things to it. I mean, yes, absolutely. It's what, you know, our favorite picks were, but also we attend a lot of film festivals throughout the year, from Sundance to
like I said, I don't know why podcasting needs to be at the Globes.
Toronto International Film Festival to Tribeca. And so we're able to see films right before they have their world premieres. And we really are able to kind of assess what we think people are going to be talking about in the next year. Obviously, art is very subjective, but in a way, we kind of know, you know, what good acting is, what good writing is, what good producing is. And we really have to be the eyes of kind of every man to kind of prognosticate what people are going to love and what experience people are going to be talking about when it comes to the theater. And so a couple things we look for, but for me, it's what I love. And of course, I'm a critic, so I'm always right. So, you know.
You sound like me in my household. Kelly, could these film nominations foreshadow what we're going to see at the Oscars?
To be fair, isn't the Globes already not respected? I mean, certainly the Globes has had major issues, which is why they've rebranded. You know, they dropped the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. They changed ownership. They've been trying to rebrand into a more serious show without kind of losing like the unhinged fun vibes that the Globes has over other award shows, but like being one where it's taken seriously, where it doesn't have the issues of Globes in the past. So that's why I'm like, oh, okay, I don't understand. You do this rebranding, but then you introduce a podcast episode or a podcast category. Maybe this is the purpose of the podcast category. I'm like 90% sure they added this category just to get Amy Poehler to attend and do bits. You know, if that's the reason, I get it. Smart.
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. You know, I always like to tell people that, you know, award season is really a political campaign. So if you've seen a couple of you know, advertisements telling you to watch a film that you probably haven't seen yet, that's about to amp up even more so. You know, you're going to see people really taking this as a momentum and stepping out there to campaign and say, see, journalists love this film. The Golden Globes love this film so much so that they nominated it and they love this performance. So I think you should too, you know, SAG-AFTRA and Producers Guild and ultimately the Academy. So I think it's a good stepping off point. It doesn't always foreshadow what we're going to hear called, at the top of next year when we start hearing some of the bigger, shows like the Academy Awards. But it's a start. It's a start, and it helps people campaign.
All right, sounds good. Kelly Carter, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, here we can take a look at the list here. One battle after another leads film noms. White Lotus tops in TV. The TV aspect of Globes always feels weird because the show is after the Emmys, which is purely television awards. And it's kind of always like, oh yeah, I forgot. I not only forgot about the TV portion of the Globes, but you're just like, wait, White Lotus? We've moved past. We have surely moved past. Okay. Neon landed the most noms of any film distributor. Netflix scored the most TV noms. The Globes will honor the best of the year in film, TV, and for the first time this year, podcasts. In addition to Best Motion Picture and TV Series, acting awards in film and TV, and director and screenplay honors in films, the Globes recognize Best Stand-Up Comedy Performance on TV. Are there that many to compete? And in film, cinematic, and box office achievement. Golden Globes previously announced that Helen Mirren would receive this year's Cecil B. DeMille Award and that Sarah Jessica Parker will receive this year's Carol Burnett Award. Nikki Glaser is returning as the MC. The show is airing Sunday, January 11th. Golden Globes producer Dick Clark Productions is owned by Penske Media Eldridge, a joint venture between Penske Media and Eldridge that also owns The Hollywood Reporter. Okay, so Best Motion Picture Drama. We have Frankenstein, Hamnet, It Was Just an Accident, The Secret Agent, Sentimental Value, and Sinners. Best Motion Picture Musical or Comedy. Blue Moon, Begonia, Marty Supreme, No Other Choice, Nouvelle Vague, One Battle After Another. No Wicked 2. No Wicked 2. Would you suggest Tarantino movies to anyone? Sure. I wouldn't suggest every Tarantino film, because I don't think every Tarantino film is equally great. Best Motion Picture Animated, Arco, Demon Slayer, Elio, K-Pop Demon Hunters, Little Amelie or the Character of Rain, Zootopia 2. Zootopia 2, which is doing very well. Okay, I don't really care about this category. Best Motion, I guess with maybe the end of theaters, cinematic and box office achievement. Avatar, K-Pop Demon Hunters, Mission Impossible, Sinners, Weapons, Wicked for Good, Zootopia 2. All right, there's Wicked for Good's nomination. Demon Slayer got nominated, yes, for Best Animated. Best Motion Picture Non-English Language, It Was Just an Accident, No Other Choice, The Secret Agent, Sentimental Value, Surat, The Voice of Hin Rajab. Best Performance by a Female Actor in a Motion Picture Drama, Jessie Buckley in Hamnet, Jennifer Lawrence in Die My Love, Renate Reinsve, Sentimental Value, Julia Roberts, After the Hunt. Man, I don't really want to watch this film, but I kind of feel like I also do a little bit, just because this film has been so ripped apart. And I don't know if a lot of people watched it, because after initial reviews, and then there was discourse around Io Debris maybe not being as good of an actor as fast as her career is progressing. There was like that whole thing. I watched it. It's exactly what you hope it wouldn't be. It's not terrible. It got some bizarre ambition. I want your takes on it so badly. Yeah. I don't know. Some clips I've seen, I go, oh, this looks like trash. Yikes. But I think this is one of those that I'll probably sneak in watching at some point. It's Timu Tar. That's a really funny way to describe it. Mandy, thank you for the 21 months. Okay, and then we have Tessa Thompson in Hedda, and then Eva Victor in Sorry Baby, which is a nice surprise in this category. Best performance by a male actor in a motion picture drama: Joel Edgerton, Train Dreams; Oscar Isaac, Frankenstein; Dwayne Johnson, The Smashing Machine. You know what's funny is Dwayne, okay, when the initial look of the initial kind of photos were released from Smashing Machine, and then when Dwayne The Rock Johnson had been doing interviews and talking about how, I think it was just the surprise, first of all, of Dwayne Johnson doing an A24 film, but just the way that this was being framed and positioned as the Rock's Oscar vehicle, and how Dwayne Johnson is signaling that he is entering his serious actor era. Anyway, I feel like that film is a film that came and went. Just a lot of times this will happen is the press around a film like Smashing Machine, when it's first announced or when there's like the first look, and then the actual result when it comes out. And I mean, similarly, this was Sydney Sweeney's Christie, right? Her boxing biopic that did not get any nominations at the Globes. Okay. Michael B. Jordan in Sinners, Wagner Moura in The Secret Agent, Jeremy Allen White in, okay, so Springsteen, another flop, but J.W. got nommed for it. Not gonna lie, Smashing Machine was mid. That was a lot of what I saw in the reviews. He will never top his Jumanji performance. Best performance by a female actor in a motion picture, musical, comedy: Rose Byrne, If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You; Cynthia Erivo, Wicked for Good; Kate Hudson, Song Sung Blue; Chase Infinity, One Battle. Oh, I was like, wait a second, what are the stands pissed about? Oh, it was one of the other award nominations. It was one of the Critics Awards. I'm like, hey, Cynthia got her Golden Globe nom. So did Ariana Grande. Kate Hudson and Song Sung Blue, Chase Infinity, One Battle After Another; Amanda Seyfried, The Testament of Anne Lee; Emma Stone, Begonia. I just feel sad that Regina Hall's not there. Best performance by a male actor in a motion picture, musical, or comedy: Timothy Chalamet, Marty Supreme, George Clooney, Jay Kelly, Leo DiCaprio, One Battle After Another; Ethan Hawke, Blue Moon; Lee Byung-hun, No Other Choice; Jesse Plemons, Begonia. Best performance by a female actor in a supporting role in any motion picture: Emily Blunt, The Smashing Machine; Elle Fanning, Sentimental Value; Ariana Grande, Wicked for Good; Inga Ibstoter Lilius in Sentimental Value; Amy Madigan, Weapons; Tana Taylor, One Battle After Another. Okay, can I say something? Can I give a take? I mean, I'm going to give it anyway. So I really loved Amy Madigan in Weapons. If I was going to pick, oh, fuck, I guess this is supporting though. Okay, never mind. I was just going to say that Sally Hawkins in Bring Her Back, I think gave a standout performance of the year for me. And it's been not surprising, but still a shame to see there just be no recognition for that film. Sally Hawkins is so good in that. She's so absurdly, wickedly, insanely incredible in her performance. So that is not surprising, because for the most part, horror is ignored unless it can really break into the mainstream, like a film like Sinners, which is horror but also not completely. You know, I think that's kind of one of those that's got a mix of genres, or it's a film like or you know, Substance, which that was, I think, too, Substance getting nominated was due to Demi Moore and that being kind of her comeback vehicle. This is the only clip I've seen from Smashing Machine.
Don.
I've seen
Don.
this too.
Don, no. Don, no.
I'm sorry, but this just seems like a film that thinks it's a lot more serious than it is. Ugh. Okay, so Kate Hudson, Chase Infinity, and Emily Blunt, Elle Fanning, Ariana Grande, Teyana Taylor, Amy Madigan. Okay, I already read those. Best Supporting by Male Actor in Supporting Role in Any Motion Picture. Benicio del Toro, One Battle After Another, phenomenal. Jacob Elordi, Frankenstein. I think this is a good sign for Jacob Elordi as far as his potential to grab that 5th Oscar slot. It's not for sure, but it's a good sign so far for him. Paul Mescal and Hamnet, Sean Penn, One Battle After Another, Adam Sandler, Jay Kelly, Stellan Skarsgård, Sentimental Value. I'm sorry, but I don't need Adam Sandler here. This is where I would have put like Delroy Lindo. You know? Delroy, Miles, Waterboy, better performance. All right, Best Director Motion Picture. Paul Thomas Anderson, One Battle After Another. Ryan Coogler, Sinners. Guillermo del Toro, Frankenstein. Jafar Panahi, It Was Just an Accident. Joaquin Trier, Sentimental Value. Chloe Zhao, Hamnet. Screenplay, we have One Battle After Another, Marty Supreme, Sinners, It Was Just an Accident, Sentimental Value, and Hamnet. Elordi's physicality in Frankenstein was so captivating. I hope he gets the recognition he deserves. I thought he was fantastic. I was surprised how much I thought he gave a great performance. Best Original Score, we have Frankenstein, Sinners, One Battle After Another, Surat, Hamnet, F1. I'm sorry. This has got to be Sinners. It's got to be. Best Original Song, Dream Is One from Avatar, Golden from K-Pop Demon Hunters, I Lied to You from Sinners, No Place Like Home, Wicked for Good, The Girl in the Bubble, Wicked for Good, Train Dreams from Train Dreams. Honey, I did a stream, I think last week, and talked about it for hours. Best Television Series, Drama, The Diplomat, The Pit, Pluribus, Severance, Slow Horses, White Lotus. Pluribus snuck in there. What if a white person is the only person who wins anything for Sinners? Who? Ludwig winning for Best Original Score? I mean, I think he deserves. I think if that were to be the only win that Sinners gets, that's a shame. I feel hopeful it'll win more. Okay, I gotta give you guys some honesty here. I gotta give you some honesty. Pluribus is, I thought the pilot, I thought the first episode was damn near perfect. And every episode since, I haven't watched the recent one. It's been a little too slow. And here's the thing. If this were the old way of doing television shows and we had 18 plus episodes, 20 episodes, 22 episodes, I'd go, that's okay. You can take this time and world build this slowly. I was just reaching a point where I started to feel antsy and I started to go, oh no, I'm getting a little, I'm starting to feel a little disappointed with the show. I like it. Disagree. I like getting lost in the sauce. That's fine. But I'm just saying that, it's a little too, I love Vince Gilligan. I do. I'm just like with the way television seasons these days have such a shortened number of episodes. And I know they've already been greenlit for 2 more seasons. But anyway, I'm just keeping it a buck. It's a little too slow burn for me. I think I'm paranoid that it won't pay off. I think that's kind of what I start to get concerned with too, where when it's that slow burn, the payoff's got to be huge. You know? Anyway, what I would say is I would not put Pluribus over, say, like The Pitt. I'm still a pitter in this category. In this best television series category at the Globes. Best television series, musical or comedy. Abbott Elementary, The Bear, Hacks, Nobody Wants This, Only Murders in the Building, The Studio. I'm enjoying every episode enough. I don't care if there's payoff. Yeah, and I'm not always I'm not a person who 100% of the time, if it's a slow burn, I hate it. You know, it's kind of a case by case for me. I'm not clicking with Pluribus in the way that I wanted to. If I'm giving my honest take, it's one of those where I'm in it, you know, I'm committed. It's just not clicking with me how I wanted it to. And I love Rhea Seehorn. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I love her and I want justice for her. I want justice for her. I wanted to like it more. Yeah, and sometimes that happens, right? Where it's like you really, really wanted to like something a ton and you find yourself not liking it as much as you thought you would or as you wanted to, and that's how it goes. To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to enjoy Pluribus. Are you joking? Are you doing a little bit? Surely that's gotta be a copy pasta. Please. You guys know I don't know these memes, so all I can do is assume and pray that it's a meme. It's a Rick and Morty copy pasta? Oh. Y'all, you know you're going to get me with that shit, but in my defense, I did read it and go, please tell me that this is a bit. Please, I need this to be. To be fair, you have to have a really high IQ to understand the meme. That's true. That is actually true. You know what I will say too? I'm supporting Pluribus even if I have not been loving it as much as I wanted to, because I love Vince Gilligan. I love Rhea Seehorn. I love the fact that he is like so anti-AI, and in the credits of the show was like, this show was made by humans for humans. And that's points, you know, in these days, that's points. Wallaby Beatles, thank you for the 25 months. Cadenza, thank you for the 26 months. Okay, anyway. All right. You know what? It is true. Please, I forget you aren't online. See, but this is how y'all can get me. And you know what? It's true. I'm just a dumbass. IQ is a measurement of intelligence, and I'm low IQ. My mom referred to Carol's dead partner as her friend, and I had to explain the very obvious fact. Yeah, that's your Aunt Linda's roommate. They've lived together for 25 years, and they go on vacation together. They spend holidays together. They're very close roommates. You know what sucks is like, I won't recognize a meme or a copy paste like that, but I fucking know 6'7". I hate it. I hate it. I would rather know that than know 6'7". Kill me. I wish I hadn't learned. I wish I hadn't been exposed to it. I still don't understand it. That's fine. There's no understanding it. There's no understanding it. I promise you. All right, continuing on. Best TV series, musical, or comedy: Abbott Elementary, The Bear, Hacks, Nobody Wants This, Only Murders in the Building, The Studio. Limited series, we got Adolescence, All Her Fault, Beats Me, Black Mirror, Dying for Sex with Girlfriend. So we kind of have, we have repeats of Emmys here. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Obviously, I love TV and I care about TV and I care about TV awards as well, but kind of at this point in the year, I'm in film award zone. So the Globes being the kickoff to awards season at the start of the year, having both TV and film, I just don't really give a shit about TV nominations at this point, unless it's like something sneaks in there in the way that, not even sneaks in there, but last year, for example, Batman or Penguin came out after other TV awards, but made it for the Globes. So anyway, it's just kind of one of those at this point. My attention is much more on the film awards component. Maybe a hot take. There's a couple people I dropped from Best Actor Television Comedy, like Glenn Powell, and replaced with John Cena for Peacemaker. You know what? I actually like that take. And I think the thing too is like, look at this. It's just a repeat of White Lotus, Adolescence, Severance. So we already did this with the Emmys, which is why I said I get excited if someone sneaks in here who wasn't nominated for, say, an Emmy, but is nominated for a Globe. I'm like, okay. Or if it's a show that didn't qualify for, didn't qualify because it just came out later at a later point, and so it qualifies for Globes, but not for Emmys. But yeah, if someone comes in or a show comes in that shakes things up, then I'll be like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Ugh, Bill Maher is nominated for Best Performance in Stand-Up Comedy. Do you remember when I said Do you remember when I was like, are there enough stand-up comedy performances to be competitive in this category? And here's my answer. Bill Maher being nominated. Oh, good God. Bill Maher, Brett Goldstein, Kevin Hart, Kumail Nanjiani, Ricky Gervais, and Sarah Silverman. Yeah, you can miss me with this category. Oh my God. Is anyone else seeing this? Do we not like Kumail? No, I like Kumail. This is mostly my reaction to Bill Maher. Mostly Bill Maher, a little bit of Ricky, Kevin Hart, Sarah Silverman, but overwhelmingly Bill Maher. This is such a good tweet. What an L category. Is it a worst comedian award? I'm sorry, but even if I didn't agree with Bill Maher's takes, his politics, every word that comes out of his mouth, I still think from a performer standpoint, he sucks. He's not funny. I really think objectively he's not funny. I just don't think he's a good performer. I don't understand how he is nominated for a Golden Globe. I'm so repulsed by Bill Maher that my brain autocorrected his name to Bill Hader as a self-preservation. As a self-preservation measure. I get that. I do. Oh my God, he fucking sucks. Jeez. You know what? You have to have a high IQ. You have to have a high IQ to find Bill Maher's stand-up comedy excellent. And that's why I don't. And I'm happy. I am happy to be low IQ. You have to have a high emphasis on the high. She's learning the memes too fast. Yeah, see? You get me once. I like how it's not even that people in here try to get me. It's that they forget that I have a big I was about to say I have a big gaping hole. As far as my understanding of memes, there's a big gaping hole. Anyway. Okay. All righty. Let's check in here on the Paramount. The Paramount and Netflix and Warner Brothers news. Will this mean the further takeover of the MAGA-aligned pro-Israel Ellison family? Or will this be signaling a disaster for the theatrical model, the theater-going experience? Either way, it's not good, folks. Either way, we are looking more and more cooked. And the continuation of these massive mergers is so destructive. Where the hell is the antitrust enforcement? Where the hell are the agencies who are supposed to be stopping these kinds of deals, who are here to protect the consumers, to keep competition in this capitalist world, which supposedly is all about competition, and that's why capitalism's so great, to keep that competition alive and prevent fewer companies from owning more of the market. So, anyway, I talked about this when the news first came out. Talked about it on Thursday, and as this news and updates have continued to come in, it's not getting any better. I'm sorry to say it's not getting any better. It's just more and more depressing.
Peek under the title of Warner Brothers Discovery and find some of the world's most iconic characters.
What's up, Doc?
Who have marched into a cultural library that spans decades, from classics like The Wizard of Oz
You're off to see the wizard, the wonderful wizard.
to a Harry Potter franchise worth $10 billion. Warner Brothers has the rights to them all. But perhaps this epic blockbuster, one of the biggest television shows of all time, best describes the latest chapter in Warner Brothers' story.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die.
This battle between two kings of media, Netflix and Paramount. A battle that some believe could mark the beginning of the end for Hollywood.
Hollywood, the magical Mecca, movie land.
Some of that magic has already been dimmed by the advent of streaming services, where movies are released soon after their cinema debuts. Meanwhile, media giants are cashing in on bingeable TV series in the place of traditional films. But there are fears that Netflix's $72 billion bid for Warner Brothers could accelerate that trend, with some warning that redundancies and higher subscription costs for streaming services could follow. On Friday, it looked like a done deal, but today, Paramount Skydance entered with a hostile bid after, guess who intervened?
Should they be allowed to buy Warner Brothers? Should Netflix?
Well, that's the question. They have a very big market share. And when they have Warner Brothers, that share goes up a lot. So I don't know. That's going to be for some economists to tell. And I'll be involved in that decision too.
How unusual is it that Donald Trump is getting involved in this?
Yeah, it's interesting because he says he's getting involved, but then he also commented today and said, I know the companies very well. I know what they are doing, but I have to see what percentage of market they have. We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount percentage of market. I mean, none of them are particularly great friends of mine, which is an interesting line. I want to do what's right. I want to do what's right. I think this is fucking bullshit. Him saying, but also bizarre, him saying none of them are particularly great friends of mine. Well, considering on Team Paramount side, you have the Ellisons, you have Jared Kushner, his son-in-law. Yeah, I think Trump is reading. If you read between the lines, and he's like, I want to do what's right. Trump is also saying, I'm for sale. Trump said he has not spoken to Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, about the Paramount bid. Fucking bullshit. He doesn't like Jared because he married Ivanka. Yeah, he's jealous. Kushner's private equity firm Affinity Partners is part of the Paramount bid. Trump praised Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandis on the red carpet at the Kennedy Center honors on Sunday, but said the market share of a combined Netflix WB could be a problem. Yeah, because it's not when it's Paramount. Trump has praised Paramount CEO David Ellison since he took over the media company, but on Monday, the president railed against the new owners, complaining of a 60-minute segment featuring Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's now a nemesis. God, Trump is so... This is so Trump. This is so Trump. Him saying Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's now a nemesis, this diva, this drama queen, this petty ass bitch. And this is Trump knowing full well the power that he has and how he loves to have people, even when they're his allies, Even when, they've aligned with him, he loves to kind of remind them of who's in charge. This is Donald Trump being like, yeah, I'm not happy with the 60-minute segment with my nemesis, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm not happy with the new owners. It's the Ellisons. They're fully aligned with Donald Trump. So it's Trump. It's Trump being Trump. And reminding people that even if you're his guy, even if y'all are in bed together, it's like never forget who's in charge here. Yeah, I mean, those are his guys. And yet he'll still try and kind of be like, oh, I don't know. I mean, no one's really a particularly great friend of mine, and we'll just have to see because I want to make sure I do what's right. So I just need to look at how much of the market share they own, and that's what I'll be making my determination on. Also, Ellison wants CNN. Yes. So Netflix wants the studio and streaming business. That's what they want. Paramount wants all of it.
So it's not unusual that Donald Trump is getting involved. It would be very unusual for a U.S. president to get involved. But we've seen this administration basically want to play direct leading roles in mergers and acquisitions. They do that with no subtlety, and their motivations for this are also fairly clear. They're looking for a political advantage.
Okay. Also, here's an update. Wall Street Journal reports that Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison offered assurances that he would drastically transform CNN if he bought Warner Brothers Discovery. During a visit to Washington in recent days, David Ellison offered assurances to Trump's administration officials that if he bought Warner, he would make sweeping changes to CNN, a common target of President Trump's ire, people familiar with the matter said. Trump has told people close to him that he wants new ownership of CNN as well as changes to CNN programming. The White House declined to comment. A White House official said they don't comment on Trump's private conversations. Larry Ellison will end up owning everything, sadly, and no one even cares. I see him as a bigger threat than Elon in terms of social media and streaming. Yes, at this point, yes. Now I want Netflix to win it. As I said, it's a lose-lose either way. But if I have to pick Netflix over Paramount, over the Ellisons, I'm having to go with Netflix. It is not something that there's any, I have any excitement for. It's bad. It's bad, and then it's worse than bad.
Through media.
David Ellison, who became Paramount CEO after its merger with Skydance this summer, has ties to Trump through his family. And today's bid actually has backing by a private equity firm owned by the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. But in true Trump style, he today declared he isn't happy with the new ownership either, after Paramount's news network CBS aired a 60 minutes interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has become a thorn in the president's side.
His words, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Those are death threats directly fueled by President Trump.
It is extraordinary that in the media landscape of Trump's America,
I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Being friends with the president could determine who takes control of one of the world's most iconic cultural archives.
Anushka Astana there. Well, a short while ago, I spoke to CNN's media analyst, Brian Stelter. I began by asking him for his reaction to Paramount's takeover bid.
Paramount is very, very eager to get as big as it can, as quickly as it can. CEO David Ellison and his father, Larry Ellison, who the billionaire behind Oracle, they very much believe that they have an opportunity to scale up and create a very big media empire to take on some of the tech giants like Apple and Amazon. That's ultimately what this is all about. It's about Paramount trying to get really big, and it's doing this with a hostile bid for all of WBD. So now, in some ways, this is off to the shareholders to decide who has the superior offer for the assets.
And so it went to the board and now it's going to shareholders. It's a lot more money than was previously put on the table. Do you think that some shareholders might think, we've got low ball offers in the past, do we really believe what's going on? And do we like how this has been handled?
Right, Paramount is engaging in a really intense PR campaign today saying we've got a superior offer, it's an all-cash offer, it'll be approved more quickly, and it'll be better for Hollywood. We haven't really heard Warner Bros. Discovery or Netflix's response to that yet, so that is what we are now waiting for. Some of it, though, can be predicted. We can predict that Netflix will say that it's up against giant rivals like Google's YouTube. We can predict that WBD will say that its linear cable channels, including the one I work for, CNN, are valuable and should be valued more highly by Paramount or by another bidder. So this is far, far from over, and honestly, it's a lot like an episode of HBO's Succession.
Also, what's been the Trump effect on this? He's been unclear, saying he'd support the bid and then not.
Okay, maybe none of these giant corporations should have been able to get to the size that they're at. You know, the argument being, oh, well, we have to compete against these other big corporations. Well, maybe the problem is that we've reached this stage in late stage capitalism where, oh my God, the issue is not, oh, this giant corporation having to compete against these other giant corporations. It's that they all got to this size and have amassed this much control and this much power in the first place.
What do you think is the impact here of President Trump on what's going on right now?
His answer changes. His answer could change tomorrow. But his answer on Sunday night was that he likes the head of Netflix. He thinks the head of Netflix is a tremendous guy, but he's concerned about how big Netflix and Warner together would be. So Trump is keeping his options open, saying he'll be involved in the deal which breaks with decades of past precedent. Trump also railed against Paramount and the Ellisons earlier on Monday as well. So Trump has been expressing some concern about both bidders. And in an ordinary political environment in the U.S., we would not be that interested in what the president was saying about a media mega merger. Normally, it would not be on his desk. But with Trump, it is. He's a transactional president. He wants to be very involved. His opinion will matter a lot, but he does not get a veto. At the end of the day, his DOJ, his Justice Department, will decide whether to sue to block any of these deals. And ultimately, it could go to court, and a judge can decide. So I think it's important to note Trump can make this process painful, but he does not get a complete veto over the process. And clearly, Netflix, because it pulled the trigger on Friday, it believes it can move forward with this merger.
And finally, Brian, I've got to ask you, what do you think it means for CNN? I know that lots of your colleagues will probably be having conversations as well, because this deal envelops CNN in the discussion now in a way it didn't before.
Paramount clearly wants to own CNN. Netflix is only interested in owning the entertainment assets, but at David Ellison and Paramount, they want to own CNN. They wanted to bring it together with CBS News. There's some concern in some quarters about whether Ellison's too cozy with the Trump administration, whether he's doing too much to appease Trump and win Trump's favor. Then again, you've got President Trump earlier today attacking Paramount on Truth Social. So it is complicated. It's very complicated. And I know there are lots of journalists at CBS News just trying to do their jobs every day and doing them successfully, covering the Trump administration every day, despite all the political and corporate drama above them. And the same is true at CNN. Lots and lots of journalists who just want to report the news and not have to worry about who owns the company.
It really feels like a latest blockbuster, doesn't it? Brian Stelter, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so just so people understand the stakes here. Right now, this is a firestorm. And this transaction, the purchasing of Warner Brothers Discovery, will reshape both American movie making and news businesses. Now, Paramount, were they to win the sale here, the concern as far as the continued takeover of legacy news businesses, the concern is much more with Paramount buying that. As far as the concern over, I would say, the reshaping of movie making and the loss of the theatrical model, I mean, the Ellisons are concerning, of course, but Netflix, that's where that's where people are hitting Netflix on. And so Ted Sarandis today, of course, this is what he says. Hey, we're going to keep Warner Brothers' theatrical model largely the same once we buy the studio. When this deal closes, we're in the theatrical business and we're going to do it. We didn't buy this company to destroy that value. So he is trying to provide assurances. He's trying to quell the outrage over Netflix potentially getting Warner Brothers by saying, hold on a second. Yeah, I might be the guy who 5 months ago said this, that the theatrical experience is an outmoded idea for most people. And I might be in charge of the biggest streaming platform whose entire business model is reliant on killing theaters. But just know, I need you to know that we're not trying to buy Warner Brothers in order to destroy the theatrical business. Okay, we're going to keep their theatrical model largely the same. To be fair, Zaslav to destroy the theatrical release from Warner Brothers a lot after the pandemic. No, don't get me wrong. It's fuck David Zaslav. Okay, that man is a tyrant. But this is about more than just one terrible CEO. This is about more than David Zaslav shelving finished films in order to get the tax breaks. The concern with Netflix here is that Netflix has represented already a shift in the film industry. Hollywood has gone through massive upheavals in recent years, and these streaming services coming to dominate more and more of the industry and changing the game is now where we're at, where we have the potential of Netflix acquiring a legacy film studio, Warner Brothers, and only further upheaving the more traditional way of not just the filmmaking, but film going experience. And their whole thing is, we want people to watch movies on a streaming platform at home, on their phones, wherever. It is not about going to a theater. It is not about having that. It is not about having that experience. So it's not just about Netflix. It's about the overall shift that has occurred. It's about, it's about how streaming services, which are a threat to screen cinema, have come to take over more and more of the film industry. We're really stuck between streaming and fascist doing hostile takeover of legacy media. It's so bleak. I know. Okay, so Paramount mounted this hostile takeover bid. They said that they would pay $30 per share in cash, valuing the company at around $108 billion, including debt. Said they were going to shareholders because the board of Warner Brothers Discovery is pursuing an inferior proposal that would lead to a challenging regulatory approval process. Paramount has offered to buy all of Warner Brothers Discovery, including the movie studio, HBO Max streaming service, and a portfolio of cable channels, including CNN. The cable channels are not part of the Netflix deal because Netflix doesn't care about owning the news in the way that the Ellisons do. We believe our offer will create a stronger Hollywood, David Ellison said in a press release. It's in the best interest of the creative community, consumers, and the movie theater industry. I could see something potentially happening here where Netflix takes over Warner Brothers, but Paramount gets to end up owning CNN. Something here where everybody gets what they want, right? Everybody wins except for we the people. These multi-billion dollar companies win and we lose. So I have a feeling that somehow when the dust clears, Paramount is going to end up in ownership of CNN. Let's watch Dan Murrell's video on this.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dan Murrell here with some major breaking news. Just like last week, we had major breaking news with Netflix announcing that they were going to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery. Well, Paramount Skydance is not going down without a fight. This was always a possibility, but I'm honestly a little shocked that they're actually going through with it. David Ellison and Paramount Skydance announced this morning that they are beginning a hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers Discovery by putting in what they call a tender offer. We've discussed hostile takeovers a little bit here on the channel before.
Also, this is why Netflix has been lobbying the Oscars to try and change their rules so that in order to be in awards consideration, you as a studio, you have to have fulfilled the theatrical release parameters that the Oscars has set. So this is why Netflix has been behind the scenes trying to challenge these rules because Netflix wants to win an Academy. You know, they want to win Oscars. They want to win awards. And they don't want to have to do so with the current rules around theatrical releases. You know, how many markets you're in, what markets you're in, what length of time in order to be considered. Did you see the Stellan Skarsgård discourse the other week about Netflix shouldn't be allowed to compete for the Oscars at all? Yeah, I did see that. Didn't I cover that or no?
It was a possibility.
Which is funny because the Paris Theater is really sweet, actually. Yes, so the Paris Theater is owned, if you don't know, is owned by Netflix. It's one of the few theaters that they actually have. But anyway, so this is potentially, if Netflix takes over, we could end up in a situation where the rules for the Oscars change in order to fit Netflix's desire to win Academy Awards without having to fulfill the theatrical release obligations.
Back before there was a bidding war that David Ellison would do this, but he has decided that Warner Brothers Discovery didn't take the best offer on the table, so he's going to go straight to the shareholders and ask them to vote on his offer, and if they do, then Paramount Skydance will acquire Warner Brothers Discovery. But there's a lot of road between here and there. Let's get into the details first of all. The offer that Paramount Skydance is making directly to the shareholders is an all-cash offer at $30 per share, which is higher than Netflix's offer, which came in at $27.75 a share with 85% cash and 15% Netflix stock.
Paris Theater has a reputation for destroying every film print they show through sheer incompetence. I had not read that before, but considering it's Netflix owned, I will believe that.
The Warner Brothers board agreed to. That puts the valuation of the company at $108 billion with Paramount's offer. Keep in mind that the Warner Brothers Discovery merger was at a valuation of $43 billion. So the price of this company is skyrocketing as this bidding war escalates. Paramount said that its deal will be fully financed by the Ellison family, so David Ellison's father, Larry Ellison, etc., Redbird Capital, which helped to finance the Paramount acquisition, along with $54 billion of debt commitments from Bank of America, Citi, and Apollo, and the offer expires in 1 month unless it's extended. An interesting side note here is that Warner Brothers, per its agreement with Netflix, would have to pay $2.8 billion to Netflix if the company decides to take another offer. Now, briefly, the way that a hostile takeover like this works, I am not a financial expert, so I'm sure there are many people that can go more in depth on this, is that Paramount Skydance takes this offer to the shareholders of Warner Brothers Discovery. Now, there's going to be a lot of argument.
Also, another L against Netflix is the continued decline of physical media. If Netflix takes over Warner Brothers, that means less physical media. So, as I said before, still Netflix better than Ellison's controlling yet more of our news and entertainment businesses, but not good.
In the public from Warner Brothers Discovery and Netflix and from Paramount
seriously,
as
money
to
is
whether
not
they
real.
should
What
or
do you
should
mean?
not accept this offer.
Money is fake.
If a majority of shareholders decide that they want to sell their stock, basically, and take the offer, then they will do that. And then there's a secondary process called a squeeze merger, where if a majority of shareholders say that they are going to sell their stock to Paramount Skydance, then there's a process where the rest are bought out because they've essentially been squeezed out of control. It basically results in the same thing. David Ellison made an appearance on CNBC this morning shortly after the hostile takeover was announced to lay out his case as to why Paramount Skydance is taking this action.
What we were told repeatedly was that they wanted all cash. We delivered all cash. We are offering shareholders $17.6 billion more cash than the deal that they currently have signed up with Netflix. And we believe when they see what is currently in our offer, that that's what they'll vote for.
In a press release, Paramount Skydance said, quote, Paramount's proposed global transaction is for the entirety of WB Discovery, including the global network segment. Paramount's strategically and financially compelling offer to Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders provides a superior alternative to the Netflix transaction, which offers inferior and uncertain value and exposes Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders to a protracted, multi-jurisdictional regulatory clearance process with an uncertain outcome, along with a complex and volatile mix of equity and cash. Paramount also launched a website called StrongerHollywood.com to make their case. There are a lot of things listed on the website, and we're going to look at a few of them in a second. But one of the statements on that site said, quote, Paramount is highly confident in achieving expeditious regulatory clearance for its proposed offer as it enhances competition and is pro-consumer while creating a strong champion for creative talent and consumer choice. In contrast,
these billionaires are such fucking losers. You have infinite wealth. Fuck off to an island. Yeah, just not an island like Epstein Island where you and your 17 future generations can live forever. See, here's the thing, right? With these people, the greed is endless. The quest for power is endless. It doesn't matter that the Ellisons are some of the richest people in the world. In fact, recently, Larry Ellison had overtaken Elon Musk because there's no being satiated. There's no well, that's enough for us. There's always more to take, always more to control. It's never enough. and they will destroy the world to get what they want. Yeah. Then in their pursuit of total power and endless greed, they already are destroying the world and the people within it in order to fulfill that insatiable greed. They are truly a cancer.
The Netflix transaction is predicated on the unrealistic assumption that its anti-competitive combination with Warner Brothers Discovery, which would entrench its monopoly with a 43% share of global subscription video on demand subscribers, could withstand multiple protracted regulatory challenges across the world. The Netflix transaction creates a clear risk of higher prices for consumers, lower pay for content creators and talent, and the destruction of American and international theatrical exhibitors. Netflix has never undertaken large-scale acquisitions, resulting in increased execution risk, which Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders would have to endure. And one of the things that's on this website is kind of a side-by-side of the two offers and why Paramount Skydances is better. Now, I want to make very clear here, I am not saying that Paramount Skydances is better. This is the case that the company is making, and I'm going to provide some counterpoints to some of these things in a few minutes. But when you look at these two side by side, Paramount is saying that their offer is better because they are offering to buy 100% of Warner Brothers Discovery instead of just the streaming and studios business. Their cash consideration is $30 per share. It's an all-cash offer, whereas Netflix is offering $23.25 per share. Their total consideration is $30 per share, whereas Netflix's is $27.75 per share. Now, this is a big one. Paramount says that the total value of their offer is $30 per share because they're paying cash out of pocket for the whole company, whereas they say that Netflix's total offer value is only $28.75 per share because they believe that Global Network stock will only be $1 per share. So this is going to be a key argument point going forward. David Ellison and Paramount are saying that the Global Networks business, which would be spun off into its own company under a Netflix deal, would only be worth $1 per share once that process has been completed, whereas Warner Brothers and many others have said no, they believe that the company could be worth $3 or $4 per share. And even if it gets up to $2 per share, that then makes Netflix's deal worth more to investors and shareholders because they will have the stock and the cash from the Netflix offer, and then whatever the Global Networks business is worth. That is going to be a big point of argument. And David Zaslav and Warner Brothers Discovery are going to have to convince shareholders that this Global Networks business is going to be worth more than $1 per share. But I'm sure that they will mount a robust effort in that because I think that they want this Netflix deal to go through. I really do. Otherwise, they're going to have to pay $2.8 billion to Netflix, and really it's all about cashing out. This is really what this whole argument is going to be. It's going to be two groups of billionaires trying to convince their shareholders, many of which are also billionaires, which one is going to net them the most money. That's what this argument is going to be. On value certainty, Paramount says that the $30 per share is an all-cash proposal for the entire company, so you absolutely get what you have, a bird in the hand. Whereas
also, here's the thing. Let's not forget that this is not even a deal that should go through. This is a deal violating antitrust laws that is as far as monopoly concerns and exceeding the threshold of market share. It's like it's absurd. It's absurd that the story here isn't that this deal is going to be blocked, but is it going to be Paramount or Netflix that gets the deal? And I just keep thinking too of how this is reminiscent of when Penguin Random House and Simon Schuster, these are two major publishing companies, wanted to merge, and that merger was blocked by antitrust enforcers. And that is like what should be happening here. But because of the political climate we're in, it feels as if that's not even on the table. And I think too of like what happened with Paramount being blocked back in when was that date? Hold on. 1948. Yeah, so in 1948, it was the United States versus Paramount Pictures. This was also known as the Hollywood antitrust case of 1948, the Paramount case, the Paramount decision. And this was a landmark Supreme Court antitrust case that was incredibly influential on the ability for film studios to not own the majority of film theaters and to not have exclusivity rights on theaters that would only show their films. So this changed the model of like production, distribution, exhibition, and essentially Paramount was doing everything in-house, and they were, by distributing films in their theaters that would only then show Paramount films, they were cutting out the competition. And so the Supreme Court came in. And stopped Paramount and any other studios who would have wanted to follow suit, stopped them from doing that. And this is a case that is incredibly important to American antitrust law. It's very notable in film history, and it is something that put an end to the old Hollywood studio system where they would just, by being in control of production, distribution, exhibition, were amassing power in a way that was anti-competitive. And now here we see these streaming companies that are essentially, it's a different time, and there are some different problems, and also just how massive these companies have become now compared to 80 years ago. But it's the same thing where they are trying to control all elements of the film of the film industry. So Netflix being a production house, distributing films, owning so much now, IP, being the largest streaming model, potentially buying the third largest streaming site, buying the third largest streaming site, now having the ability to control how many films that come out this year being straight to streaming. So in them just having amassed this much power and seeing kind of the ghost of the antitrust case, the Hollywood antitrust case in 1948, and how now similarly we are at this crossroads. We are at this crossroads where these companies have been vertically integrating in a way that Paramount had tried back in 1948, and they were stopped by the Supreme Court, by antitrust law enforcement. And now here we are at a very significant, even more so, I would say, because of how throughout the decades since 1948, these companies have only gotten bigger. They've only swallowed up more and more competition. They're not being stopped. And so we're looking at an industry that is on the cusp of change that spells disaster for all of us and is symbolic of how out of control capitalism has gotten and how we are just ultimately going to live in a world where you have like three companies controlling everything, and they're too big to control. They're too big to manage. And we're all fucked. I mean, that is Alien Earth. Alien Earth, where 5 companies control everything. So it shouldn't be a matter of deciding whether it's Netflix or Warner Brothers that gets to purchase Netflix or Paramount getting to purchase Warner Brothers Discovery. It should be neither of them. We should be waving the antitrust flag. We should be waving the anti-monopoly flag. This is the Alien Earth scenario of endgame capitalism. Yes, where they have gotten so powerful that it feels damn near impossible to stop it. I saw someone say we need to take we're fucked, we're cooked out of our vocab because we need to focus on things we can do. There's still so much, but at the same time, I mean, here's the thing. I'm talking about us being fucked if we continue on this path, because that's true. We are. This is bad. This is apocalyptic. And I don't think it serves anyone well to be like, it's okay. This is the direction we have been heading in. And this being a major crossroads and potentially changing for who knows how long the business of entertainment and news. It is incredibly concerning, and I just need people to understand that. I need people to know how bad this is. Corpotainment.
Netflix has less certainty of value given the unknown nature of what the linear network's equity value is going to be. So they're saying basically you're taking a risk here because you could be hoping that Global Networks is going to be worth more than it really is. Why not just take the money that we're giving you right now? On closing certainty, Paramount Skydance says they have a clear path to regulatory approval, and it provides for superior closing certainty and protections for Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders. Whereas for Netflix, they say it has much more challenging approvals and a later outside date, meaning it will take longer for this to get done, which underscores the regulatory uncertainty. And this circles back to something that we have been talking about. We talked about it really with the Paramount merger with Skydance. And
what can we do about this? I mean, first of all, being aware, supporting legislation, supporting politicians who are going to actually enforce strict antitrust rules, who are going to block these mega corporate mergers. We have to put an end to this free-for-all. Anti-monopoly enforcement that is aggressive is the path that we have to pursue here. So if you have shares, exercise your voting right. Well, I don't think that's going to be something that people in here can do. Because even if you were to have shares, it's probably not to a level where you have any say in the company. Do we have majority shareholders in the Quantarage by chance? Here's the other thing I'll say too. Look, the problem is not that people don't want to go to the movies. So this isn't, of course, just addressing how do we stop these mergers. But as far as also what we can do about Netflix trying to convince everyone that no one wants to see the movies, it's not that people don't want to see the movies. Movies are expensive. We've also been conditioned by streaming platforms like Netflix that will just wait to see it at home, right? And as theatrical releases have gotten shorter and shorter, there's that attitude that's gotten stronger, which is that people will just wait to see it on streaming. And I think those who can, being able to keep supporting theaters, being able to keep driving that theatrical business, supporting your local theaters, supporting independent theaters. And there are definitely things you can do if a typical theater ticket is too expensive. There are days that they have discounts. I still think that AMC A-List is a cost-effective way to see a lot of movies in theaters because you pay $20 a month and you can see 3 movies a week. So that is a really good deal if you have AMCs near you. They have discounted tickets during matinees on Tuesdays. So I just think the people pushing back on these tech companies telling us, ooh, you don't want things made by humans. You just want it generated by AI. Or telling us, oh, you don't want to go to the movie theater. You just want to watch everything at home. And then you can be on your phone and have something on your screen in the background. The other thing, too, is these streaming companies, these streaming platforms have just kept raising their prices. And they're now it's like cable. It's like cable 2.0. Where people have multiple streaming platforms now. They have commercials. They're paying what they used to pay for cable.
Regulatory approval there, and now even more so with this one, the idea of Larry Ellison, who is a backer of this deal. He is a close ally of the president. The fact that Paramount Skydance could essentially grease the wheels on regulation has long been one of their major selling points, and that is now going to be their major selling point. That they will be able to get the regulatory approval for this deal, and that Netflix either won't be able to, or that it will take a very long period of time to do so. Now, in a perfect world, both of these deals should be subject to major regulatory approval, particularly because with the Paramount Skydance deal, you have the added element of them buying linear cable networks to combine with their existing portfolio. That should trigger regulatory things that Netflix doesn't even have to face on their side. Both of these offers should be met with a massive amount of skepticism. You're combining 2 movie studios in both cases. You're combining 2 streamers in both cases, although again with Netflix, it is a much bigger streamer than Paramount Skydance. On the Paramount side, you're combining cable networks. However, there is let's face it, there is a reality in this situation that Paramount Skydance will face a much easier road to get regulatory approval than Netflix. That is their, no pun intended, if you'll pardon the pun here, trump card in this scenario. And this is what they're going to lean on heavily. I don't agree with it. I think this is a bad thing. I don't think in a business deal that you should have one side that is on better terms with the government than the other side. The government, when it comes to regulation, should be a neutral party.
Donald Trump literally sitting there like a king, the king that he thinks he is, that he wants to be. Sitting there being like, what do you have to offer me? Sitting on his throne. Being like, okay, let me weigh the tribute that is being offered up. When Ellison says jump, Trump says how high. When Trump says jump, it's the Ellison saying how high. As long as Trump is in office.
Actually looking out for what's best for the people and kind of providing that function, but that's not what we have. Although it should be noted that it was reported this past weekend that Ted Sarandos spoke with President Trump prior to Warner Brothers accepting Netflix's offer, and reportedly he came away with the idea that the regulatory issues wouldn't be a problem. However, the president said yesterday that he thought that the deal between Netflix and Warner Brothers could be a problem and that he would be personally involved in that decision. And that is just one of the things with this particular administration, and I don't even think this is a political statement. This is something that has been noted about President Trump time and time again, which is that...
Would we be able to call up the antitrust agencies and make a case to them why both deals are bad? I mean, one tactic for the public to engage in order to stop these massive mergers is putting pressure on the government agencies to actually enforce the laws. I can't say with confidence that would be effective, but public pressure, organizing, getting people to mobilize and publicly oppose these companies merging. That's all part of it. But also it's like the people who are in the positions to actually be enforcing these laws are not doing that. I mean, that's why Lena Kwan was such a breath of fresh air and so important. And she's no longer she's no longer in the position she's in. Yeah, I mean, we saw what happened with Brendan Carr in the Skydance and Paramount deal. Keep in mind, it doesn't end at approval either. The companies can be broken up after a merger too. Putting pressure can mean something when there's a different administration. That's true. That is true, but that's reliant upon Democrats actually being the party that is going to enforce antitrust laws. I will say one of the best things Biden did was appoint Lena Kwan. But anyway, I don't want to say that there's nothing to be done, but it is an unfortunate reality that the current administration has signaled that they are that they are for sale, you know? Like, they're not even hiding it.
When you're in a room with him, you can have a conversation with him. You can think that you came out on one side of the issue, and then he'll surprise you by saying something different than what he said in that meeting. I mean, he can be very mercurial when it comes to things like this, and it can often change on who he's speaking to. Just this morning, while all of this news about the hostile takeover was breaking, the president slammed Paramount on Truth Social because he was not happy with a story that ran on 60 Minutes last night, saying that they were no better than the old ownership and that the show's actually gotten worse. So, you know, they think they know where they stand with them, and then they do something he doesn't like, and he'll come out publicly against them. So I think that there have probably been moments when both Netflix and Paramount Skydance have been surprised by some of his statements or indications because they think that they are on better or worse terms with him than they actually are. So there is also some instability there when we're talking about regulation. But I think that it is absolutely undeniable that Paramount Skydance does have the easier road here. As far as timing, Paramount says that their proposal would expect to receive regulatory approval.
Are you a fan of On Cinema? Is that Tim Heidecker's show? Honestly, protesting should be a full-time job in America right now against ICE, against war with Venezuela, against 2 ongoing genocides funded by the U.S., against all the government staff firings, against snap cuts. Yeah, people in America going, shit, here we go again. Another protest to add to the list. I mean, but honestly though, the path of anti-monopoly, that is the path forward. And as far as kind of looking at all these major issues that people are protesting and kind of the connecting through line, like, it is late stage capitalism. And in order to save ourselves from this disastrous and only getting worse climate that we find ourselves in, like becoming, becoming a country that is anti-monopolist, that is not this merger free for all, like, that is the only way forward. I'm about to be a 1920s style wobbly, just unemployed and joining every protest and picket line I can. Hey, heard this was the protest that's going on. Like, that's all I do now. I'm just out here with my cap and my picket sign, and I just go from protest to protest, because that's life now.
Within 12 months. Whereas with Netflix, Paramount Skydance says they're likely to face a significantly longer approval process or be blocked entirely. And as far as regulatory commitment, Paramount Skydance says that they're committed to exhaustive regulatory efforts up to a material adverse effect on the company, with the process started in multiple regions. They say that Netflix has agreed to more limited regulatory efforts with no obligations to do anything to its existing business. That's all. Who knows if that's true or not? That's just probably between the two companies. So we know what Paramount Skydance is doing. They've put their cards on the table. The question is...
Here's the thing. It's happened in the past. The government has broken up monopolies when they broke up the United States versus AT&T. This was one of the few anti-monopoly victories, and it led to the breakup of Bell Telephone, the monopoly that they had on the telephone service industry, Albertson and Kroger. So it's not just having stopped mergers like Penguin, Random House, and Simon & Schuster, but it's also breaking up these monopolies even after they have formed, even after they have found, have been victorious. Don't you just love choosing between two different monopolization efforts? I know. I mean, that's what I was saying, is like, the choice should not be either Netflix or Paramount. The choice should be neither.
Is now, what will Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery do? And they've got a few different options. One of them is that Netflix could come in and they could just up their offer. They're in negotiations with Warner Brothers Discovery now. They could come in and say, okay, if the Ellisons want to offer, or if Paramount Skydance, I should say, want to offer $30 per share, then we'll offer $32 per share.
I don't really, I am not that familiar with the show.
At the end of the day, when you look at the two companies side by side, Netflix has a valuation, according to the Wall Street Journal, of around $400 billion versus $14 billion for Paramount Skydance. And you could reach a point where Paramount Skydance institutionally just could not take on any more debt, no matter who their backers were, because it's just not financially sound to do that. I mean, right now they'd be taking on over $50 billion of debt if this deal goes through. Netflix could also make some public concessions, especially for the stronger Hollywood side of things. They could publicly say, all right, we're writing into the deal, for example, that we're going to guarantee a 45 or a 60-day theatrical window for any Warner Brothers release. That would ease some of the criticism, particularly for people that are saying that this would be a disaster for the theatrical exhibition business. If Netflix were to say we are putting in legally binding terms that Warner Brothers movies will have at least the existing theatrical window, that could ease back some of those concerns. Although, again, when you're talking about the shareholders, and I mentioned this in the first video, I don't really think that preservation of the theatrical experience is very high on anyone's list when it comes to the stakeholders here. It's very high on my list. It's very high on the lists of a lot of creatives in Hollywood and a lot of movie fans who enjoy seeing movies in theaters. But I don't really think that that is an argument that's going to resonate with shareholders. However, if you're looking to make this deal look less controversial, that is one concession that Netflix could make publicly. Now, the big concession they could make would be to say that we are going to divest ourselves of HBO Max, either pre or post acquisition. We'll either, work with Warner Brothers Discovery now to do it, or we will promise to do it after we acquire the company. Regulation wise, if you're not combining HBO Max with Netflix, I think that makes a lot of those issues kind of non-existent because you're not combining two streamers. Now, of course, you would still have the rights to the intellectual properties, so you'd have basically the value of HBO Max because they could just take all that stuff and put it on Netflix, but you're not technically combining the two streamers. I don't think that Netflix wants to do that, but if they want this deal to go through badly enough, and the regulation is what's holding it up, they could do it. I'm not saying they would or they will do it, but they could do it. The other thing that they could do is to just stand firm. They could just say,
who are these shareholders anyway? Who are these holders of shares?
Listen, this guy's desperate. He's putting a low valuation on the network's business. We think it's going to be worth
Off topic,
a lot
but thank
more.
you for yesterday's
we
movie.
think that you are getting
You're
good
welcome.
value.
So good.
We think that we have made you the best deal. They'll lay out their own case as to why they've made the best deal, and they could say to the shareholders, okay, fine. If you want to take the $30 a share deal and go with this guy and go with this company, then you can. We'll take our $2.8 billion that you're going to pay us because you're going with a different company, and we'll go home, and you can just sell to him. That's possible. Netflix could just say, we're not going to put up with this, and we'll take our fee and walk away. Again, I'm not saying that they will or they should do this, but I think it's possible that they could do this. This is obviously a story that we knew we'd be keeping an eye on for a long time, but it just got a lot more complicated and a lot more interesting in some ways. I guess I'm not shocked that David Ellison would do this. He comes from a family that gets their way. And Larry Ellison, his father...
Yeah, they're fucking assholes. Speed Razor, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, also Larry Ellison is the product of being his father. He's his father's son.
Some of the most high-profile hostile takeovers in corporate history. So it's not like this is something that is out of character for the family's business portfolio. They are billionaires. And billionaires generally in this world... when they see something that they want, they get that thing, and they will go to any lengths to get that thing. And so we will see what happens this next month now. It was already going to be kind of a furious amount of negotiation between Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery to get that deal done because Warner Brothers Discovery said they wanted it done by the end of the year. Now you have to add to that this hostile takeover bid, the courting of the shareholders, making your cases publicly, and everything that comes with it. So I will obviously be keeping a major eye on this, and hopefully nothing broke while I was recording this. I tried
Oh my God, you worked at Oracle? Yeah, everything I've heard about Larry, aside from just what we know of Larry Ellison, is that it points to the fact that he is truly an evil man. He is a demon of demons. He's your demon's favorite demon.
all the relevant information, and may have even included some stuff if stuff came out while I was editing. But I also wanted to get this out to you because this is a major breaking story. What was already one of the biggest merger and acquisition stories in Hollywood history has just gotten much bigger and much more complicated. Of course, stay tuned right here to the channel. I'll be keeping my ear to the ground. I'll be watching this as closely as possible, and I'll bring you any relevant updates. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'm sure I will be back with updates at some point very soon. Until next time, stay safe, and I'll see you then. Bye.
Oh, boy. And, you know, as lobbying has gotten more and more out of control and there are not guardrails on the lobbying, that is how these corporations just continue to amass market power, how they just keep merging and acquiring. And we truly live in a country that is run by corporations. We live in a world that is run by corporations. The system that we live under is corporatism. It is the control of every facet of our society. Running the government, running everything. So the only path forward for freedom, for economic security, for bringing down the cost of living, for improving people's lives, is to stop this never-ending corporate concentrated power. America is just a monopoly of corporations. Yes, it is. It is a total corporate oligarchy. Anyway, anywho, in other news, how do you segue out of that?
Sexiest man alive. Jonathan.
Okay. How do you segue out of that? God, I don't know. I always feel the need to like be positive when we're talking about things that are really the opposite of positive. But man, I cannot lie and say that this is not a fucking disaster in wait. I mean, things are already bad, and continuing down this path where it's not just about how more of media and systems of communication are being controlled by the right wing, by people like the Ellisons, but it's also the continuation of corporations taking over everything and having unchecked greed and power. And this is, I think this is one of those things where in order to stop it, in order to get off this path, I'm going to say what it is, and it is class consciousness. It truly is. It is people who come from different backgrounds, from different sides of the political aisle, understanding that it's not us versus us. It is us versus corporate power. It is us versus these oligarchs. And there is not the ocean of difference between like somebody who's a liberal in a major metropolitan city versus somebody who is it lives in a red rural area of the country. We're all being screwed by these corporations who, as they amass more and more power, can charge whatever the fuck prices they want to, can deliver worse and worse products, a decline in quality as the cost goes up, because there's no competition, as much as capitalists will have you believe. And we're just seeing this truly enshittification of everything, where the quality declines, the cost goes up, there's no choices, there's no decisions that we get to make because it's being made for us. The quality is so low for everything, and that is the result of unchecked corporate power. That is the result of these massive companies buying up their competition, eliminating everybody else, and so it's just them. And then they have complete power to make the rules, to make the decisions, and it comes at all of our expense. So, yeah, it's truly ruining everything. When we look at AI and we look at all the slop that's everywhere, and we look at these tech billionaires and these massive companies that are pushing this on us, and it's the kind of thing that like we can't just allow them to. There's some things that we have power over, and I think when it comes to these companies telling us, oh, you don't want to go to a movie theater. Oh, you don't care about art that's human made. Oh, none of this matters. Oh, you guys just want slop. You're here sticking your faces in the slop trough. It's like at some point we have to go fuck out of here. We cannot allow them to tell us what it is that we want, what we need. We want up. We want up. We want up. All right. Anyway, let's watch this Actors on Actors with David Corenswet and Jonathan Bailey. And there's one part in this that I saw discourse around on the internet. Who is we? If you didn't watch my playthrough of Amanda the Adventure, there's one part in the game where there's these little rats and I have to serve them up slop. And in unison, they go, "We want sup, we want sup, we want sup." And then if you give them the wrong slop, they go, "Ewy, ewy, ewy." But if you give them the right slop, they stick their little snouts in and guzzle it all up. Lady Kwan, your Rolls Royce is ready for you for your nightly massage. Shall I push it to tomorrow evening? Well, one, I just want to verify that you are the one providing the massage. You are the one who will be doing the massage. That is what I requested. And no, I will be having my massage as soon as I am done. As soon as I am done yapping. You just told us to have class consciousness, Mother. Well, that was old me. That was previous me. Whatever you wish. Excellent. I would like to request that you wear something incredibly, deliciously sexy while you administer my massage. Yes, Lady Kwan, sorry to bother you. I will forgive you in this instance. Yeah, this is upper class consciousness. Okay, all right, let's watch Actors on Actors.
It was so lovely to chat. Some people are Popeye and some people are olive oil.
And I was olive oil. That minor fourth, and then the way it comes back and it's twice as long. Anyway.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you.
I don't know. This is.
Should we start?
A lot of cameras.
Oh yeah, that's true. So Superman.
Who?
Superman.
Yeah.
I mean, I loved the film.
Appreciate it.
And I thought you were really extraordinary in it.
Crypto! What the hey, dude? I thought you destroyed the whole...
What the hey?
Superman robots. I thought I told you to keep an eye on him.
And I thought that there's so much integrity and specificity in who both Clark and Superman are. But the thing that I really loved is that there was it felt to me like a very honest and true version of integrity and therefore values and therefore cool. Because it was so heroic and the hero was entirely fallible and passionate and I feel like sees the world in a completely different way. The thought processes were it felt to me very sort of scientific.
Oh, love that you said that.
When do they kiss? At some point, but you have to watch to find out.
It's very true with me generally in life, the sort of scientific curiosity, exploration, rigor, which does take a certain willingness to not be so cool, to like care very much about.
I just want Jonathan Bailey to whisper me sweet nothings every single night, and as I drift off to
details
sleep.
and be willing to kind of look a little bit foolish by trying really hard. James is, I think, that way in life, and especially with his movies. He loves making movies. He loves comic books. Even more so than wanting to make them good, he wants to make them fun and special and different.
And he's got a real sense of humour, hasn't he?
Oh, well, yeah.
That was what really struck me within all of it. It felt like it just felt like there was so many vibrant
Wait, what video
ideas.
game?
Like you were invited in someone's dream state.
Yeah.
And that's what is so exciting because...
That's why you want to go to the movies, is to like see a dream on the screen.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's cool to have a director who leads with that.
Yeah.
And has great respect and wants to deliver something to an audience, but wants to deliver something that is unique to them, to themselves as as a visionary.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 14?
Yeah, it's really cool working like that, because he also casts people who think that way and are excited about their craft and their art in that way. As an actor, there is just a desire to be more involved, because you are the last person to
not listening to a goddamn thing.
Yeah. And there are a lot of situations, I feel, where there's a culture of protecting actors from too much information.
It's not happening.
Which I think can hamstring them sometimes, hamstring us. I often get frustrated feeling like I want to contribute in this moment when we're shooting the scene, but I don't know why we're shooting it in this room.
Well, there's an amazing footage of you and James having an extraordinary conversation.
Is this not the moment where I go, I was wrong to feel that way?
That's exactly where the issue is, right? Because what he didn't tell you was it was wrong to feel
the gun.
I always think there should be, oh God, this is such a nerd thing to say, but like, I always think there should be tension, but not friction. Generally, like everywhere, in a creative process. And I felt like that was such a good example of tension, as in where there were two people who as in I thought it was a brilliant moment, and it was actually kind of vulnerable. It's a bit like when you're rehearsing a play, and the idea of like a play rehearsal being broadcast live would be...
Okay, truly, Jonathan Bailey could have chemistry with a blank wall. It's crazy. This man and his ability to connect with everyone.
Because you have to be able to make those mistakes. And
fucking let's do it. I think I love that tension without friction is good, because friction creates unnecessary heat, but tension is how you get
And it's not
done.
economic. You hemorrhage energy with friction, whereas tension holds the energy. There was something about the conversation that you had, and then you just went, yeah.
You have to be vulnerable, which means showing Lex that your feelings are hurt. In the point when you really shouldn't.
I feel so lucky that is on film, because you have moments like that that just aren't captured. And it was interesting hearing from people what they thought of it. A range of everything from like, well, that's what always happens. That's the process. That's just what happens. All the way to like, what a terrible working environment.
Oh.
And it's interesting thinking like in a workplace, that kind of conversation might not be appropriate to even raise your voice in that way.
I see. Yeah.
But
for me, I was like, that's the most exciting.
That for me too, and for me, it does happen all the time. I haven't worked with that many directors, with that many people. It was amazing how indefatigable James was. He very rarely got fed up with me, because I think he knew that the reason I'm having those conversations with him is
vocab.
At my boldest, it's because I think I might see something that he doesn't see and he might value. And if I let him see it, then he'll go, yes, that's what I want.
Yep.
I never want any director to say, fine, if you need that, go do it.
Maybe my bar is just really low, because every time I see a clip of some fucking streamer, all they're doing is saying slurs or other stupid ass shit. So hearing David Corenswet use a word like that, I'm like,
I'm not doing it just for me. Sometimes you need that, but like mostly it's like I might see something here that you actually like once you see it.
Yeah.
And then you'll feel like it's yours.
Yeah.
But on the other end of it is, I don't know how to do a good job otherwise. I got this criticism in theater school quite a lot of like, you need to know before you do. You need a reason to do what you're doing. You need to know how it's going to work out before you do it.
Oh.
And that was a good lesson to learn. I think as an actor, you do need to let go.
Do you mean make choices, or do you?
Well, it was described to me as leaping off a cliff, as just acting before you're ready is another phrase that, you're doing a scene. As a young actor, you're sort of waiting to feel ready to make the action, to start yelling, to cross.
Yeah.
And there's
in a way, I heard, yes, I know what you're
hearing men talk that obviously have read a book.
Before you're ready to walk. Just say
go,
the line before you're ready to say the line.
That's what we do as humans, isn't it?
Well, sometimes, but I think we do it at our most interesting, and that's the most important thing, is as actors, you don't want to just be human. You want to be humans at their most interesting, dynamic, dramatic moments. Otherwise, it's drama is life with all the boring bits cut out.
Yeah.
Wicked for Good is fucking fantastic. I got to see it early.
You know who could. We both know who could and who has. And I have to find her, because if someone else gets there first,
I'm worried for her too.
You fly in this movie.
We both kiss, never take...
Okay. All right. So this is the part. This is the part that people on the internet are all up in arms about. So everybody just hold on a second. Hold on a second. I am going to give my thoughts on this. I'm going to let this play out. Why? Because there is no ability to have nuance online. In fact, the internet is where nuance goes to die. All right. So let me just...
I'm worried for her too.
You fly in this movie.
We both kiss levitating.
Yes. But let me tell you this, because you have the bigger challenge. You are carried by Cynthia. She's levitating you.
That's right, yeah.
I have never... Every man out there would think there's no way you can look masculine and powerful and in control when you're being levitated by a woman. And you...
My greatest privilege.
You somehow, in that
love
moment,
him.
when she's lifting you by your arms, I think, or like of your fucking massive arms, you somehow maintained your masculinity and your I don't know, it was amazing. That moment when she flies you in that song, which is one of my favorite songs in the musical.
Yeah, me too, actually.
That minor fourth.
Okay, so that's the part that now has internet users like trying to cancel David Corenswet, calling him an incel, saying he seems like he's an Andrew Tate follower. That's it. All right. So what he's talking about is he's talking about the toxic masculinity, the performative masculinity that unfortunately is still a part of our culture. And so both these guys had a scene in their films where they levitate, they have a kiss, whatever. That's what Jonathan Bailey starts talking about. David Corenswet goes into talking about how he, in his scene, picks up Lois Lane, Rachel Brosnahan's character. But in Wicked 2, it is Elphaba who carries Fiyero out of, off the ground, out of trouble. And what he is trying to explain is how the perception of masculinity needing to be a man who's in control, a man who's holding all the power, fulfilling this age-old trope of like the man rescuing the damsel in distress. And how in Wicked 2, it flips it on its head, where it's Elphaba who's rescuing Fiyero, but that doesn't make him any less of a man. That doesn't make him like unmanly because he is being rescued and carried off by a woman. That's what he's explaining here. And he's excited about it because he's like, that's not something that you see a lot. Usually it's the other way around. It's fulfilling the like man rescuing damsel. Oh my God, I'm so hungry. Perfect timing. I love you. Also very funny what I was just talking about. And in comes Will with food to feed me. I love it. Okay. Anyway, that's my braless wife, y'all. That's my braless wife. So as I was saying, I just, it's so frustrating because there is this inability to have any nuance online, and everything exists in a binary. It's either bad or it's good. And so now people are saying, wow, David Corenswet has just run his good PR into the ground. I don't think he should be canceled, but I think it's clearly a blindside. He assumes every man relates to it. I get what he means, but I think it's something you should examine. Well, I think he didn't explain himself, I think, as best as could have, as it could have been explained. And I think he's definitely coming from the perspective of being a straight man. But I don't think that he is I don't think he's saying every man relates to this. I think what he's saying is in our society, there is still this toxic perception of what masculinity is. And this like push for, this version of masculinity that we're seeing a lot of because of people like Andrew Tate. And there's this emphasis on like the performance of it. And because David Corenswet's Superman was like a sensitive boy, because he has lines in the film about being maybe being a rock star is about being kind. Like there were definitely misogynists. There were definitely incels. There were definitely toxic men who were shitting on the Superman version that David Corenswet played because of perceiving him as weak. And so even in his own, even in the film that David Corenswet played, where he's playing, the most powerful superhero, right? He's playing literally a character named Superman. There was still the, there's still outrage over from chuds over any perception of him being effeminate, of him being weak. And so he's like talking about how it's just very rare, which is true. It is very rare that you have a moment where a woman is lifting up the male character and rescuing him in the way that Elphaba does to Fiyero, because of how, just because of like how dominant tropes like the damsel in distress are, because of our culture that is still very much one that emphasizes the role of a man being the rescuer, being the protector. It's two actors geeking out about the nuances in each other's performances of a masculine figure in a romance. Yeah. And, so I don't think I think you can say that maybe he muddied his, maybe he muddied his words up. He uses some like here, let me just go back.
You main arms, I think, are powerful and in control when you're being levitated by a woman. And
well, the other thing too, I gotta be so for real. I think masculinity is a buzzword. I think people hear masculinity and they're immediately on edge. And so this is a perfect type of clip to make the rounds on Twitter, and people are immediately pissed. People who look at this and only see David Corenswet, only hear the word masculinity and see this as him advocating for a traditional way of masculinity, when that's actually not what he's doing.
You somehow, in that moment when she's lifting you by your arms, I think, or like of your fucking massive arms, you somehow maintained your masculinity. And you're
right. And I think people are reading that as him going, it's shocking to me that you maintained your masculinity, but that's not what his point is. One, I think he's very excited talking to Jonathan Bailey. Two, I think, again, he's not the way he's expressing himself is not in a perfect manner, and certainly not in a manner that's going to avoid the Twitter pile on. His phrasing, whatever. Yeah, okay, we can fix a few things here, but he's not thinking about how Twitter is going to respond to him. And so when he says, like, you still have your masculinity, no, I think he's being clear too. Don't get me wrong. He's being clear. I think this is a nothing burger that turned in classic fashion into a fuck David Corenswet Twitter discourse. I understand what he's saying. And I also know why Twitter reacted the way they did and how this just is kind of par for the course in internet discourse. And it's, I don't know, man, it's exhausting. It's exhausting. And I don't think we want to be in this place where when you are speaking, when you are expressing yourself, you have to constantly think about, well, how's the Twitter discourse going to be from this clip? You know, the inability for anybody, for there to be any nuance, for there to be discussion that is not simply existing in a binary. Yeah, I mean, I hate having to disclaimer as well. I feel like that's something I do a lot on stream because people will automatically react without listening to really what I'm saying. And so a lot of times I throw the disclaimer in there and still it happens anyway. I don't know. It's just, it is to me yet another example of how exhausting the internet is and how it feels impossible to have any genuine discussions, right? Like if you are not an online person, if you were not aware of the Twitter discourse, you would watch this and I don't think that it would register as like, oh my God. But this is just one of those things that now feels inevitable. It just, my God, feels impossible. It feels impossible. And it's like, man, do we understand? To any of these people online who behave this way, who turn every moment into a condemnation, who have no ability to just actually listen and instead react. And they would look at, like the right wing and understand how they're reactionary, but not understand how they too are reactionary, even though they may call themselves, progressive, because here they are saying David Corenswet is promoting toxic masculinity. How dare he express his surprise over Jonathan Bailey still maintaining his masculinity, even though Cynthia Erivo is carrying him in the scene. And it's a complete misread, whether intentional or not, of what he is actually saying. And the thing too is like, how the fuck can we have any normal conversations when this is the online behavior? When it's this nitpicking to the extent where people are like calling him a misogynist. People are saying like, oh, we're seeing David Corenswet completely crash and burn, which no, we're not. People who are like, here's one person. It's David Corenswet looking at Jonathan Bailey with a straight face to say, and when you kissed her, you didn't even seem like a goddamn sissy. Amazing. LOL. 26,000 likes. 26,000 likes. And I'm like, ugh, come on. It's so not what he said. It is so uncharitable. And it feels like wanting to condemn every single person while also twisting the words that they're saying is the point. That feels like it's the point. They should get a job if I know they don't have one. Oh God, I am just, I'm so exhausted by, I'm exhausted by this online culture. Twitter's like, imagine ruining your year-long PR in one interview. It's just a guy talking about how society wants him to appear manly at all times, and that you can't be manly when being held. Yeah.
I don't know. It was amazing that moment when she flies you in that song.
Also, do I think Wicked 2 Wicked 2 is some incredible example of a film dismantling toxic gender standards? No, because I also don't give a fuck about Wicked 2. But also, this is David Corenswet and Jonathan Bailey having a conversation and being excited about each other's work. And maybe he genuinely does love Wicked 2 and I'm being rude. But all I'm saying is that it's just... he is correct in this evaluation of, wow, most of the time in films, we don't have something like this because it's a reflection of the mentality in our culture and how we're still having to dismantle something like toxic masculinity, and we're still fighting against gender norms and this idea of like what a manly man is, what masculinity looks like, that is awful and bad and harmful. He's saying it's amazing that it showcased being a manly man. It's also being vulnerable to women and not controlling. It's the opposite of what people think he's saying. Yes, where, hey, you can be a man because being a man isn't about control. Being a man isn't about being in power. I think the Superman movie was good because for most of it, he was extremely compromised physically and mentally. That has probably already been said. Yeah, I mentioned how I think his version of masculinity in Superman is also a positive one. And I loved it. I loved him talking about being a rock star as being kind. I loved him being emotionally vulnerable. I loved him being a person who derived his strength in helping people, right? Like that was what was, oops, I almost ended my stream. That was what is most important to Superman.
Which is one of my favorite songs in the musical.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway, I'm still so confused and surprised people got mad about. But that's what I'm trying to explain is that this is the impossibility now of having any type of discourse, any type of genuine, thoughtful, nuanced discourse online. What people do need? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anyway, okay.
That minor fourth, the and then the way it comes back and it's twice as long.
Just be normal, people. Just be
normal. Well done, mate. Because it's a lot easier when you get to carry the girl, and when you're being carried, not easy.
Oh my god! I mean, it was like total honor, and also, I mean, listen, I'll be carried by both Cynthia and Ari for the rest of my life if I could be. You know, what a treat to be able to, just to come and do my bit, but also to share a moment like that, and like even technically to be.
Yeah, and like again, maybe the wording could be different here, and I think people are still, because they wanted to read it as him saying, ooh, it's fucking gay to be carried by a woman. Ooh, you sissy. Ooh, it's much easier carrying the woman than being carried. It's like, can we not be so obtuse? Can we recognize when it's like, yeah, maybe someone didn't phrase something 100% perfectly, but you still understand what they mean, That's how I feel on my stream. Sometimes a lot of times I don't say things in an exactly perfect way. And I get stressed out and I worry that people won't understand what I'm saying, even when it's clear the gist of what I'm saying, because there's the expectation of, oop, you better get every phrase, every word, everything perfect. Because if you misspeak, if there's even, if there's any ability whatsoever to take what you're saying and completely twist it, then you're screwed. It's hard. It's also impossible to communicate perfectly in human language because it all means slightly different things to each person. Yeah, I just feel like we do need to have more charitability, more just normalcy around how people communicate. When we can understand, when we stop being so obnoxious in this way and we go, yeah, I know what they're saying. Then it stops this it stops this thing that we see online where everybody just wants to, I think people just want to be mad. They do. They want to be mad. They want to condemn people constantly. They want to take somebody who otherwise people have a favorable opinion on and find some reason to be like, see, I told you they're bad. Just be outraged, right? That's what they're looking for. The policing and the moral grandstanding era has to end. Yeah. Yeah. Clipping out of context doesn't help. Yeah. I mean, that's a big thing online as well. That's a big thing online is you take it out of context and we're just primed to get really angry about everything. Hi, baby.
In a harness and opposite her while singing. It's just, it's incredible. Yeah. And to see Elphaba's, powers.
I think being chronically online also negatively impacts people's theory of mind. It seems like people are forgetting that other people have their own thoughts and intentions. You can't actually assume you always know what people thought and meant. Yes.
Used for, as in her expression of rage in the first film, and then having this blissful moment of love and what that does.
For the first
time. I did
time,
see Superman, I was like,
I feel wicked.
Oh shit. So I saw your kiss at the end, which, by the way, there's my favourite moment of chemistry above all of it is the chocolate.
Cadenza, that's not what we're talking about. Needing to police our spaces to keep them safe for marginalized people to some extent, that is not what this is. Because you know that I have stood up at moments when I have said, hey, these are problems in leftist spaces, and I'm calling them out. But if we consider everything with the need to constantly police in a very puritanical way, like what we see happen all the time with this type of Twitter discourse that I'm discussing, then we help nobody. And in fact, we only make it impossible to have genuine conversations. No, for sure. Sorry. It's fine. But that's what frustrates me because I am never going to be a person who says, hey, marginalized people's safety should fuck it, right? Throw it out the window. But also, that's not the same thing as being purposefully uncharitable and wanting to find issue and find fault with everything and everyone, and make with the focus being on the outrage and the focus being on wanting to just kind of twist what somebody's actual meaning is, then that leads to, in my opinion, a worsening online environment. So anyway, y'all, please don't attack Cadenza. Don't need to attack Cadenza. Cadenza already said they recognize what I was saying, so it's all good. No, what you're talking about, I understand. It is so frustrating. You know, I have been there. I have talked on this. But I also know that that is not the same thing as what I'm talking about here. And I know that you know too, and you just feel triggered by what people are saying, what the vibe is in the streamer space. So it's all good. And y'all, if you dogpile, if you continue this, you're getting timed out.
You know, I think, and James might correct me when we go to shoot the sequel, I was doing that chuckle. I was laughing.
Yeah.
In that moment at the end when she says, "I love you too."
Yeah.
And he came up to me and said, "It's not working. It needs to be
tension.
Solemn. It needs to be
tension, not friction."
And I was like, no. The whole point is, I fucking know that you love me.
So brilliant.
So
because it was just so.
Credit to James if I'm right.
Yeah.
He was right on 90% of everything, but on that one, he saw that that chuckle was a very truthful thing.
I also think that there's a performed sense of like male romance, which is that it's held.
Oh yeah.
And it's not.
Nah.
And actually, it's the giddiness and the playfulness that comes from a secure, when you finally know that you're there, which just makes your heart sing. And when you're in this huge film like Superman, the fact that you grounded it in those moments, obviously working with Rachel and Nick Cole is brilliant.
Ah, the best.
That is what makes a leading man smash it out of the park.
Ugh.
So when you get the call for Superman, presumably no one's ever mentioned that to you before in your life, because that was a wild, casting against type. Must have been crazy.
Well, when I got the audition, I was standing on a ladder changing a light fixture.
Saving the world.
Yeah. Saving this light fixture. And my agent, there was a lot of people on the call, which is usually either really good news or really bad news. And my agent said, "We think you know what this is about."
Oh gosh.
And I said, "I know. What is it?"
That gives me chills.
Is it Top Gun 3? What am I waiting for? So I really was not expecting it, although I think other people thought that I should be expecting it.
I feel like that's an exact memory of when I've been told off growing up.
Really?
I think you know what this is about.
Yes, well, exactly. You're sort of like,
what have I done?
If I don't know, I feel like I've done something wrong
Totally.
that I forgot about.
Something so wrong, but it's so right that you're now going to play Superman.
Yeah, but it's all very impossible. I mean, just statistically speaking, not to mention experientially, it feels completely impossible. Do you have that feeling?
Yes.
Generally, like in
the way I've been plugged into some sort of matrix.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it persists.
I feel like I've been slowly working on the hardware over the years, but the software has just been accidentally upgraded.
Right.
Tenfold in a sort of crazy.
I completely agree. David's shade of blue, his blue eyes, I can rock with. Any bluer, I would say, get him some brown contacts.
Exponential, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the software referring
He's staring
to
into my soul.
You're still you inside there, and so like the external things have changed, but at some point you're.
Well,
or
in
what
fact,
do you mean?
maybe I mean that the hardware, the software's catching up, maybe. Although the hardware is something that you physically can hone.
What's the hardware in this analogy?
Okay, well, my original thought was that the hardware is literally your body, and your skill set,
right? Which
and
is
your craft.
Which is developing no matter what job you're working on, no matter you're growing, you're building it, you're.
Totally. Give me a workshop reading in the Cut, which is in Southwark in London for the National Theatre, for a play that may or may not get put on, and I've applied the same process to that than I would do for. Prepping for this conversation.
Yeah, of which we did a lot.
We did, I know. Because we've got things in common, haven't we?
Yeah, well, theatre's one of them.
And from a young age.
Yes, yeah.
How old were you when you started?
I was 9 when I did my first professional play in Philadelphia.
That's incredible. Is it the Arden Theatre?
The Arden Theatre, yes.
So describe the theatre to me. What is? Is it got one? Oh yeah.
It's got two.
Can you smell it?
No, that's not one of the not that smell doesn't do that to me, but
it's famously a
They're
smelly
so cute together.
I don't generally remember smells. I feel like when I get hit with a scent, I can.
And not to go all the way back to what we had just been talking about, but the other thing is like, it's David Corenswet who's making those comments. Do you really think David Corenswet, with the roles that he has done, with being a theater kid, with just the way he played Superman, you think that's a guy who's out here promoting toxic masculinity? No, right? So if you've, I do think taking in what we know of someone is important as well, right? Where if I fuck up, I hope that people would know that, well, it's not even fuck up. If I misspeak or don't express myself to the best that I could, then I would hope that people take into consideration also my character and the fact that I'm probably not the person who is who is belonging to this belief system that people are ascribing to me.
Place it
as a memory sense.
But what I remember is I was 9. I played Bert in All My Sons, a great play by Arthur Miller.
Yeah, of course.
It's about 9 characters, all in the backyard of a house
Bert is the
next door neighbor, the kid next door.
Yes, yep.
Who gets to play policeman.
God, what a great part.
Yeah. So I had 2 scenes in the first act where I just come on, I have some fun with the main actor, and then I fuck off before intermission to go home to bed so I can wake up for school the next morning.
Yeah.
But all my memories of the theater are from sitting.
What were his roles otherwise? He is, do you think a Tate fan knows Arthur Miller? Right. He plays a prominent gay character in one of Ryan Murphy's shows. Now, Ryan Murphy. But I guess I'm just kind of trying to use that as an example of David doesn't strike me as somebody who's an Andrew Tate fanboy. You know?
In the audience watching rehearsals or watching the run after my scenes were done. And also,
do you want me to get you a treat? Come here.
Standing backstage in the dark.
No. Cadenza, it's all good. Don't you worry. You don't need to apologize again. I get it. I know. We're good. I don't stew over things. I know that the community members here know that even if we have a little blip, that there's a trust that we've built with each other. It's all good. No biggie.
It's quite a sad ending to the play. And one of the actresses, the adult actresses, with her hands on my shoulders when the gunshot goes off at the end of the play, and she would squeeze my shoulders. And I always sort of thought, I'm not sad. I was a 9-year-old kid. I was so happy to be there. Yeah. At some point, my dad explained to me, I think she's not trying to comfort you. I think she's trying to get comfort herself. And I remember running out for my curtain call. I was the first one to run out to take my bow after this terribly heartbreaking ending to the play. And I remember as the lights came up, seeing the faces of the audience members sort of light up with relief at seeing this, 9-year-old boy running out all happy, carefree after this sad ending. And that was when it struck me of the immediate effect that theater and
the crackle of energy and how it can change.
Exactly, and the in-person stuff, because I've got, film stuff was all to come later.
Yeah.
I loved films, but doing it all came later.
You said?
But that in-person immediate impact was quite intoxicating for a
that good?
And do you, because that's the extraordinary thing, for anyone to experience that, but at such a formative age.
Yeah.
Did you miss any school?
Yeah, I got to miss. I did. I was homeschooled
DB, thank you.
for 3 months while I did a production that had student matinees on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Right.
So I got to stay at home. And my dad homeschooled me.
And do you ever think about what that experience, how that sort of maybe shifted or enhanced or compounded your experience as an adult?
I think it was...
Even in life?
Yeah, well, it was the juxtaposition between that and school, because I liked school and I like academics, but there was something that always didn't quite make sense about school. I didn't
Small
understand
kitty,
why.
thank you for the resub.
Ultimately, it all felt like, well, because next year, and then you want to get into a good school, and it
Yeah,
all
you sort of don't. You see a system that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, and it all sort of fades off in the distance. You don't see. Well, I'm never going to be 20. That's not a real age. And with the theater, it was that immediate. No, you need to learn your lines. You need to go to rehearsals, because in 3 weeks there's going to be a paying audience.
Yes. Yeah.
And if you don't know your lines, you can imagine how that's going to feel in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Which is actually something that I try to get back to, the sense that it wasn't for some other reason. It was just for that. It wasn't to get the next part. It wasn't to.
No, it's to experience that process and to be there and live in it and to maximize, I suppose, the experience with the people around you. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for its own sake, to an extent, which I think is well, I don't know. You tell me something that you. Do
you know what I always appreciate too with conversations like this is here's two men who their focus is on connecting with one another and connecting with each other by discussing art and culture, and it's not this weird. It's not this weird competition. It's not this like gross apparent need to, one up each other. They can connect by kissing too. Well, maybe they'll end up in a, hate to say it, Ryan Murphy. No, Jonathan Bailey would never, I don't think. And David Corenswet's too big for Ryan Murphy now. But maybe a Luca film, maybe a Luca Guadagnino film, and talking about something other than women. I mean, it's just, I think a lot of young men could be served by seeing how two men like this can connect and have conversation. And one of these men is gay, and one of these men is straight, but that's great, you know? And it's like, you don't need to, as a young straight man, and now I'm talking to streamers in this industry, you don't need to act like a weirdo because someone is gay. And in fact, I think that speaks to the performance of masculinity, where it tells you like that you can't possibly connect. First of all, that straight men can't emotionally connect because that's gay, but also a straight man can't connect with a gay man because how could that be? And so I just feel as if I just feel as if it also was frustrating because ultimately I think seeing two men be in conversation like this, seeing one man who is gay, one man who is straight, being in conversation like this is healthy and productive and a good example of two people simply connecting. Now, I know that this is not something that the people who should watch this kind of stuff will be consuming, but I don't know. I do wish that these examples of men being in conversation were what dominated, and not like Joe Rogan on his podcast, and not, you know, whatever dumbass alpha male influencers are, you know, dominating on the internet because everything's about outrage and they just generate these really awful clips that are what's consumed online. My father and I mostly connect through movies, culture, history. Is that so unusual? I think that's great. I think what I'm talking about here is this right-wing alpha male toxic bro mentality that has been poisoning our culture, that has been poisoning not just in real life, but online culture. And I'm always looking for a way to like break through that poison. And so encouraging men having interests in, having interests in things that are not just like, how do I have sex with women? I think that's healthy and that's productive, and encouraging men to find genuine connection and not just resort to like being these really noxious, problematic edgelords, just being normal, They seem to be practiced in self-reflection, are comfortable with themselves, are open to honest communication with others, not just presenting a facade. Right. Needing to prove you're a man instead of just being a person.
Strive for again. Is it easy to get caught up in the like, well, maybe if I do a good job in this project, I'll get another project that'll make me happy, or that'll, be bigger or better or more what I want to do? Or are you pretty good about just...
Yeah, I mean, I think I've always been... I think it's really evolved. That's the software. When the software comes in.
Back, all coming back. Prepped.
Because I think, I think the formative, because I did 3 plays at the Royal Shakespeare Company by the time I was 13.
All Shakespeare?
They weren't actually. Yes, the third one was Shakespeare, King John. I played Prince Arthur, a lesser-known history play. Prince Arthur gets kidnapped, held hostage in a tower, and his adoring keeper is told to poke his eyes out with a hot poker. He manages to persuade him not to by begging, and escapes, climbing out of a window through a wall, and then falls off the wall and breaks his neck.
Amazing.
So I did that twice a day on a Thursday.
Fantastic.
Yeah, before puberty.
Yeah, I mean that's every 11. That's what you're pretending to do in your backyard or in your basement, and then you actually get to do it on stage.
Totally, and I remember the rigorous, because it was Shakespeare, the academic process, the muscular response that you had to have to a tutor who was like, you need to, and I don't know if you remember the resonant voices of the actors. That I just remember at a young age, there's an amazing actress called Helen McCrory. Sadly, she passed away in the UK. She's incredible, and you would have seen her in
she was amazing.
In Peaky Blinders, amongst many things. And her voice, like I just remember as an animal, like an animal.
She was married to Damian Lewis.
Yeah. You know how when people say about when their baby cry, they can hear their baby out of 50. It was like that sort of.
She plays Draco Malfoy's mom, I think, in Harry Potter, which I'm not saying that as in that's her best role, but for people who may recognize her from that.
Visceral response, knowing then that was
Narcissa.
What was capable, and hearing someone telling a story on, every single day, and honing, understanding that imperfection exists, but clarity and truth can still remain throughout it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Did you have an ear for the language? Like, did you would listen to the play every night?
Yeah. Well, this one in particular was a ill-fated production of Les Enfants du Paradis, directed by Simon Callow, who actually I recently heard on a podcast saying that he identified it as one of his biggest failures.
When you say ill-fated, you mean like it wasn't received well?
On press night, it was the biggest production. It was Les Enfants du Paradis is a big, a famous film actually as well.
Well, obviously not famous enough. If I've
That's true. Yeah, exactly. It hasn't passed the Corenswet test, so it can't be anything. And on press night, I said the Scottish.
This is how I know I am actually a gay man, because David Corenswet is gorgeous, but I am so in love with Jonathan Bailey. I'm such a theater-coded gay man. If of the two of them, I go, I want Jonathan Bailey. I want this man. I want to be with this man.
Play. I said Macbeth. We're not in the theatre, so I can say it. I said Macbeth.
So it was all your fault.
And so I had this chaperone called Muriel.
Did they take you outside?
She told me it was me.
Yeah.
So at the age of 8, I thought
Him not calling it Macbeth is terminal theater kid.
I've been trying to make up for it ever since.
Ever since.
Wow. I remember it was in All My Sons that
They were
teaching me about the Scottish play.
Yeah.
And in doing that, I said Macbeth, and
God, I'm just so in love with him.
They sent me out the stage door into an alleyway
and you have to knock on the door.
Philadelphia. You got to say a line, spin 3 times, spit, and then knock to get back in.
Do you have to say a swear word?
I think I forget. It was
still calling it a swear word.
Yes, it was a swear word. Yes.
Did you have to say a swear word?
Yes. Did you have to say a naughty word?
Can I also just say though that with that in mind and about theatre is that I think there was so much on the screen that I found. Like, I think the performances in Superman are so brilliant, and I think it is all down to detail and a very specific interpretation that I think obviously James Gunn has got this incredible brain that he can communicate to people.
Would you like a coffee?
Where's the dog?
Dog.
The dog, Luther!
You'd be a messy gay if you wanted the straight guy.
It was the long scenes that he gave you and Rachel. That is it. How long is that scene in the kitchen?
10 minutes.
Oh my! It was what a thrill.
Yeah.
And that scene, and also between you two when the aliens are. And forgive my terminology, but there is such a beautiful mise en scène with your, in the window, and you're having this again. You return to this intimacy, but they play out like theatre scenes.
And we rehearsed them like theatre. That was the
question.
moment when I realized that I had not done a deal with the devil in taking this big role, but I was actually sort of returning home.
He's just
because we rehearsed
dog.
those scenes like a play.
And you can see that you're both listening and just so locked in, and the chemistry, therefore. I mean, my question is, what do you think chemistry is? Because people talk about it. Because I think you and Rachel have got it in spades.
Well, I think the reason that it's referred to as chemistry is because there's this element of not knowing quite what it is. It's alchemical. Yeah. Ultimately, I think it's, do you believe that these people are into each other? Whether it's a romantic scene or Redford and Newman had great chemistry on screen.
Yeah.
It's a question of, are these people really in the room with each other?
Yeah.
And it's little things that I think you work on a lot in theater that maybe you don't work on so much on film, although great actors obviously make it happen and great directors bring it out of great actors, which is, if I move a little closer to you, does that affect you? And it's very easy on film to not allow that to happen.
I'm answering.
Because of the constraints, even just the physical constraints of where the camera is and where your marks are and where the light is. And it's one of the reasons having a director who appreciates actors and their processes, whether they elevate those beyond everything else or whether they just realize that it's an important part. It's both more satisfying to work on, but I also think does show up on screen.
I agree.
Let's talk about the movie that's coming out, or that has come out. Wicked for Good. Part 2, because there's some interesting parallels here too. Just as far as the vision, the storytelling,
but then also the precision of which you've just talked of that thing of, someone once said, a poet once said, only within a cage do you find freedom. And I feel like John Chu managed to somehow communicate to a whole cast and crew across a 3, 4, 5 year process to allow all of them to unlock or to be aware of the parameters they're given, and especially for, say, Fierro in the film, having seen the musical in the theatre, I was so aware of the leanness and the small moments that had to then become. You had to sort of mine and use the parameters and sort of flourish within it. And he was someone who, I think probably like James, could see it all in his head and then just would know how to invite the right people, I think, who, whether or not, they had something to say.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's...
It's interesting. You would think that those are antithetical. Mm-hmm. A director who sees it all laid out in front of them, James storyboards every shot of the movie. I'm sure, with a musical like that, you've got to have the choreography, the blocking, it's so complicated. You've got to have a very clear vision. But then to invite people in, not to fit your vision, but to contribute in a real way, that's much harder. And I think to John and James's credit, it's a better director who can do both those things.
I agree.
Have a very clear vision and make space for great collaboration.
I need Jonathan and Andrew Garfield. I'm telling you, Jonathan Bailey.
I think. And
Jonathan Bailey can talk with anyone, but I agree. I love listening to Andrew Garfield as well. And he is a person who has just this profound love of film and art. And he's so thoughtful. Every time I hear him in an interview, I think the two of them together would be so good. But also Jonathan Bailey has chemistry with everyone, but also so does Andrew Garfield. Andrew Garfield's another guy who just knows how to fucking connect.
And I met John Chu before obviously being officially invited in, and we had a sort of what was supposed to be a half an hour hello, and it went on for about 3 hours. He, frame by frame, talked me through the opening of the first film, and it was about, I mean, it was 2.5 years before the film came out, and about 8 months before we even started shooting, I think. Yeah, and it was exactly as he sat in front of me, and he's like, Johnny, I think it's okay. So the thing about that you know about Elphaba, and I think it's about nature, and I think she's got this. And I was just like, I can totally see, without. It was just such a generous act, and he was like, I've drawn this, and anyway, it was just I knew at that point, again, maybe similar to when you met James, that I just knew it was going to be something extraordinary, and if it's the ability to. Invite the right people in and actually to go, okay, Chris Scott, the choreographer, yes, I need it to be this sort of number, but you go off and you do that, because you can't micromanage these huge movies like this. I think
it's with a big musical production like Wicked, I think it's harder for people to take for granted just how much goes into it. But even then, unless you've spent, I mean, a lot of people have never spent a single day on a film set. You spend a single day and you realize how many moving parts there are.
I know.
And then to think back that this day got planned 8 months ago.
Yeah.
Before we knew XYZ, but all these things have come up since. And then to know that you've planned 90 or 100 or 120 of those days. And that's all just to get the footage to make them
to tell the story.
Yeah, exactly. It's amazing.
Fire Samurai,
you also shot 2 films back to back.
At the same time.
So when you say at the same time, were you block shooting? Were you shooting scenes?
There was no block shooting. It was all, so yes, you would start on a Monday and a Tuesday and you'd be shooting Dr. Dillerman's classroom in the first film, and then on the Wednesday it would be the preamble to For Good, the duet at the end of the second film, and then Jeff would be in and we'd be shooting The Wizard at the second, and
wow.
It's testament to the extraordinary women playing those 2 roles, because also they were so locked in with John. And I knew quite quickly, in the best possible way, that it was almost like I was trusted. And there's nothing better than that.
It's great, especially when you're coming in playing a supporting role where you sort of know that your job is to, obviously you need to balance making your contribution and advocating for your role, but mostly you don't want to fuck up the process that's already going on.
You just don't want to
amazing,
Yeah, just bring energy and precision and do the work behind closed doors and then come up and surprise. And I think, but that's also, Cynthia and Ari and Jeff and Michelle and Marissa and everyone applied themselves in such a way that, and there's so much that happens before you even get on set. I was working with Eric Vitro on my singing voice and Chris Scott.
So you've sung before. Forgive me if you've talked about this at length with the first movie, but I'm very curious. So you sang, you were in Les Mis when you were...
Yes, I was. I played Gavroche, and and I was in the last 5 years in Company. So yeah, I've done musicals before, so I've done 8 shows a week.
So,
singing.
As an actor who I sang in like my summer theater program and did my high school musicals.
Thank you, Anonymous Gifter.
I was in my senior musical.
Your face when Jonathan is speaking.
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
And then in the summer theater program, which was more, that was a very a more competitive situation. I got to be in West Side Story, but
summer
I was a
theater.
Jet, so I sang
so
in chorus,
competitive.
But
if you get to sing the overture and dance.
Yeah.
The
so I was one of the first ones to come out in the overture.
Did you whistle?
Yeah, I was one of the whistlers. I got to climb a fence. That's the greatest show to fantastic. And then got to sing and dance in Cool and Officer Krupke and everything.
Oh, well, I can't wait until you do your musical again. What are you going to do?
Oh well, see, this is the thing. I don't know. I don't know if I was never up with the real competitors. I was always a tier below. I am musical. I appreciate music. I can carry a tune quite well. I never really trained my voice.
Men who love musicals.
But how exciting that you're yet to have that. But then again,
well, so my question to you is, for somebody who did sing as a young actor and took on big singing roles and had your singing roles, you know, critically acclaimed, was this your first singing role in a film?
Yes, yeah.
So for this situation, what is your singing prep like? Are you working with a singing teacher who you know?
Well, I feel like I've just been, you know, all of the things that are so lucky. I mean, obviously, you know, you work as hard as you can and you get these amazing opportunities. But the thing about being in a film like this is that you get these extraordinary experts who just are there just to go, right, check in with me and I can gift you technique and time. We've actually trained with the same physical trainer, Paolo.
Oh, Paolo, I forgot we have Paolo in common.
Yes, we do.
Love you, Paolo.
But also that's an example, right? So if you think about your, forgive me, I assume you didn't, your body wasn't.
Boy.
Was it maybe you were born a super?
No. I was 190 pounds soaking wet before which sounds like a lot, but that just means if you're trying really hard. Like if you wet your clothes, that's the most.
That's going to put on a lot of weight if you got wet clothes.
Yeah. But I was
Wait,
what?
Is that an American saying? 90, something like 100 pounds soaking wet? Is that why my British dreamboat has never heard that before?
My high school, one of my high school crushes, very unaffectionately described as a string bean. I was a string bean growing up, very tall and very skinny.
Some people are Popeye and some people are olive oil.
I'm forcing Farley to watch this.
I was olive oil.
Well, you've graduated. Well,
yes. Anyway, so I put on 40 pounds with Paolo.
But that's incredible. So, but also the process there, you know, if you apply that to vocal training, it's extraordinary. For me, it's about confidence, I think, as well. And also with this, you know, your cast and, you know, with Cynthia and Ari.
Yeah, I mean,
and singing live on set while singing. And, you know, those 8 days of doing Dancing Through Life were some of the most extraordinary and the toughest days I've had on a film set. John Chu had a baby on the Monday. So we were doing, you know,
John Chu has 5 children.
We did one day without a director.
I don't know people did that anymore unless they were like super religious.
So that there will be variables on the day. You might not sleep.
Yeah.
You might have a cold. The director might have a baby, and so you train that hard. It's so satisfying, and
Okay, let me just pause for a second. Show you John Chu with his children on red carpet. First of all, yes, he is straight. He is married to a white lady, and it's crazy because this is kind of how my family is. Dad Asian, mom white, 5 children. 5 children with the same woman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, they're really cute. They're so cute. But this just feels like one of those things where, look, back when my parents are having kids, 5 kids, okay, it's the 90s. But these days, I'm like, I don't care how much money you have, too. Nowadays, I always raise an eyebrow when you've got a lot of kids. But maybe they felt the same way my parents felt, which is that every time they had a kid, they went, wow, our kid is so cute. We should have another one. I love how you can tell the one the wife's holding is having a meltdown. Yeah. Oop. That kid doesn't give a shit that they're at the premiere of Wicked 2 for good.
So focusing, isn't it, as well? Like, to be able to really commit full...
And to have such a good reason to put so much into it. That was the thing I had always wanted to put on weight, and I would love to take singing lessons for 6 months.
Yeah.
But there's nothing, you can't say enough about having such a good reason to put that kind of work in. Because when you're starting from, when you're not Cynthia Erivo or Ariana Grande, you feel like you might have a long way to go, and the first couple months maybe you don't sound so good or you're not putting on so much weight.
Trust the process.
Trusting the process and having those.
I was going to say something earlier as well, which is, I think, similar to Superman and Wicked, is that don't rest on, not you personally, but generally, one shouldn't assume that just because, you know, with you just said about Cynthia and Ari, both of them, like talent. It's so easy with superhero films, I think, and the performances within them and the directors of those films, and also the performers of musicals, to just go, God, they're just so talented. Yeah. It's a God-given gift. Yeah. It's absolutely, yes, of course there's that, but there's years of honing craft. And of course,
and they still have to warm up in the morning and like,
totally.
It's, yeah.
And I, you know, Ari changed her whole tone and her voice, and Cynthia was training so that she could deliver that every single take.
Did you not like the first and second film, or just the second? I thought they did a great job adapting to screen. All right. So here's the thing. Technically, I have not yet seen it. And as I said, usually I try to reserve my judgment and try not to go too hard on my opinions when I haven't seen a film yet. But I do not like the second act of Wicked. It is generally considered weaker. So it's not just me. It's a lot of people. And I think my problem is not just the fact that I cannot believe they're doing Wicked in 2.5 hour films, but that the second act of Wicked is getting an entire film, and also the way that the stands have been behaving. So that's why I've had very strong opinions without having yet seen the film. Oh, I see 100%. I get it now. Yeah, they just don't have. So the second act of Wicked just has worse choreography. The story is not cohesive. It jumps around. All the great songs are packed into the first act. And so I knew no matter what, having to add a lot of original songs into the second film, it just, it is not ideal. It's not ideal, even if the songs are great. The problem being I just feel when you're doing an adaptation of a show and you're making two films and the second film is the second act of the play, or the second act of the musical, which means you're going to have to, in the case of Wicked, pump it filled with original songs, or, you know, it's just the songs in the second act are much weaker. Still at $300 million cost.
And of course, if it looks like it's something that
And overall, I disagreed with some casting decisions. I disagreed with both Jeff Goldblum and Michelle Yeoh. I did not care for the original songs. I just like, there's no way with how good the songs in Act 1 of Wicked are. There's just no way that Wicked 2 with original songs is going to satisfy me, you know?
Born to do, then you've done the work so well.
Well, part of it is making it look easy.
Easy, yeah.
Couldn't be happier, right here, look what we've got, a fairy tale plot, our very own happy ending.
It's incredible when you spend how many years, it must have been 2 years, that you stepped into Superman's costume, and how long it took to make from being cast to it being released.
I went with my mom the first time and she's never seen it on Broadway and forgot the first part of it. Since it's been a year, she said, "Where's Defying Gravity at the end of the second part of Wicked?" Oh. Where's Defying Gravity? I came here for Defying Gravity. Where is it? Mom, I've got bad news.
Into the world.
Oh, 2 years, yeah.
2 years. There was such a resonance to the film. There's one thing about creating this extraordinary movie that gets people into the cinemas, because it was a really exciting time, wasn't it? Because you were doing your press tour, and Jurassic press tour was happening, and Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
And it's incredible when there's this alignment. And there's something about the values of Superman and this version of Superman.
Gravity was already defied. They can't do it twice.
Connected to the audience. Get out of here.
Through accepting roommates.
Did you feel that?
There are so many different measures of that.
Yeah.
There's like, you get, how do the cast and crew feel about the film? How does the director feel about the film? The first people who start to, the publicists who get to watch it, the agents and managers who get to watch it ahead of the release, the press people who start asking you questions a month before the film is released, and they start saying like, I've seen the movie, and you're like, oh my gosh, what did you think?
Yeah.
And then there's this slow build to a tidal wave. But even the tidal wave is, you've got sort of the screenings that you do that are often, diehard fans, people who really want to love it or have extremely high expectations and are easy to disappoint. And then you have the critical reception and people who are writing about it and who want to talk about the zeitgeist and how it fits into especially with films that have a legacy like Jurassic Park or Superman. It's sort of easy to get pulled in one direction. And then you have the box office, which is at very least just a measure of how many people buy tickets or how many people buy multiple tickets to go see the movie. So it's sort of, you can tell a bunch of different stories depending on what you focus on.
It's a lot of noise, isn't it?
Yeah.
For you, and because there's only so much you have control over, which we've talked about the process.
Yes,
and the making of it and the enjoying the...
The thing that I learned for sure, for definite, is that I leave my feeling of my sense of control at wrap.
Yes.
When I leave set, I have done my work. That is the I guess to a certain extent, promoting the film is part of your work as well.
Yeah.
But as far as the film itself goes and whether people like people can love the press tour and not love the film.
Yeah.
If people like the film, my contribution happened a year ago when I was on set. And so the only way I can really measure my success as an actor is by the people who it's that thing of running out for my curtain call and seeing the audience's face light up. That's the feedback that tells you whether you're on track or not. So if my scene partner gets what they need from me on the day, and if James says, or if my director says, yep, that was good, we've got it, and then sometimes even more importantly than that, if the crew is happy to see me, if I'm not called for a few days and I show up on my next day in and they're like, oh, we missed you, like it's not quite the same when you're not.
It'd be
here.
awful if you play Superman and you got to set and everyone's like, oh.
Yeah, well, but it does happen crazily. But I like to put my energy there.
Yeah.
And I put a lot of energy there. I work very hard to, especially
it comes through on screen.
Well, good.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't pretend to know how that happens because there is so much that happens between your performance and showing up on screen. And like only one of them is the edit, which is literally cutting the timing or cutting lines or even things like color correction and sound design. I mean, one of the things I love about a musical and I love about Wicked, which is a musical that I listened to first and then saw on stage, and then a film adaptation is like the place where it can all go off the rails, in my opinion. And to see such a beautiful, elevated, like a next step in the legacy of this great musical, starting from the book, is so satisfying, mainly for me because I think musicals are in some ways the ultimate film expression.
I've got another thing we've got in common.
And the thing is when a musical is adapted for screen and it's great, it's so great. It's so great. And it's a really great way for people to experience a musical that they might not otherwise because they won't see it on stage or because it's just more palatable sometimes in the format of being a film. But I look at like so many great examples: Cabaret, Chicago, Little Shop of Horrors, Funny Girl, just many iconic examples of films that I think for a lot of people is like their favorite film, when they look at like, oh, what are the films that the family watches, or what's one of my comfort favorite films. I watched Chicago on the stream. It was life-changing. Yeah. Sound of Music, for instance. Sound of Music. Sound of Music is one of those films that everybody loves. And if you don't love Sound of Music, then just hush. But you know what I mean? Where even people who hate musicals, or maybe they don't hate musicals, maybe that's too strong of a word, they don't seek them out. It's not their favorite thing, maybe. Love Sound of Music. It's like, oh, that's the family gets together and watches Sound of Music. It's a film that just has a lot of nostalgia for people. The songs from Sound of Music. And so I do agree with David that I think in some ways when a musical is adapted for screen, it can be the most it can be one of the most powerful forms of expression. And I think the ability to bridge like theater and film in the form of a musical adapted for screen. Now, of course, there's the stinkers. Of course, there's the ones where it's like, why did they even adapt that in the first place? Why did they split it into 2 movies? I love musical movies, but when I watch plays, musicals, I feel like I can't hear or see anything. Yeah, I mean, there are people who don't like musicals on stage necessarily, but will watch movie musicals. Mean Girls, the musical, the movie musical was so ass. It was so ass. It was so ass. Even my love of Renee Rapp and as good of a job as she could have done with what that film was not enough. Like 9 with Daniel Day-Lewis. Ugh. Oh, God. Yeah, you know, that's... I think people forget that Daniel Day-Lewis did 9. Because they always think of... They think of Daniel Day-Lewis in... There Will Be Blood, in Lincoln, in, you know, his most famous roles that he won Oscars for. And it's like, he also was in 9. I hate Rent's movie version with a passion. It's so bad. I have a soft spot for Rent's movie version because it was one of the films that I watched constantly in high school with my theater friends. And like on a Friday night, we would put it on. We would all dance around and sing in someone's basement. It's like, while the rest of my peers were drinking at parties, I was watching Rent, the movie musical, for the 100th time, singing La Vie Boheme. So I will admit it has a special place in my heart. It got me through high school too.
You used to create videos with your best mate.
It meant so much to me.
Yeah. And I am so lucky because I am just that little bit older than you.
Really, we're a gay man.
We didn't have.
Yeah?
I don't think YouTube was even there because we've got so many videos. I'm saying that. I think because our videos would have been.
Oh, no, I'm very proud of those videos.
No, you should
no
be.
Shame about
You should
them.
be. My videos that I made with my friend were wild, and we spent hours and hours making films in the garden and editing, you know, and I'd absolutely hyper focus and would go, you know, should be doing 99 other things, but I'd come out with a video aged 13 about a guy who's lost his wife and decides to kill himself.
You're doing heavy stuff there. I was doing
really
light
heavy
sketch comedy.
Yeah, I know, exactly. But it's also what I found very clear to me is that I think you've probably got really good long-standing...
I'm sorry. Into the Woods fucking sucked. How could it not with James Corden? I swear to God, at this point, James Corden's track record is 0 for 2 because he's James Corden, okay? Yeah, it sucks real bad. It sucks real bad.
Friendships.
Oh, yeah.
And have been creatively
Why is Cutie Cinderella asking to collaborate? Is this an accident? I'll just accept this. I don't know if this is an accident or... Hello? Oh, wait, I don't think I can speak through... Wait, hello? You have it muted still. No, I don't think so. What? Bro, I still don't understand Stream Together. We hear you. Oh my God, you can hear me on her stream. That's definitely not embarrassing at all. Okay. People are giving me shit. I was just sitting here watching my Actors on Actors fawning over Jonathan Bailey. Sorry, I don't know how to do this. I still don't know how to do freaking Stream Together. I am an unprofessional streamer. I don't know how to hear her. I don't know. I've never done it. You know, I keep it says the Stream Together has ended. Wow. That was she gave up on me on Stream Together. That was iconic collab. That was really iconic. She thought she had production issues with the show. Little does she know. I guess she forgot that I can top those production issues. I am the production issue. I think just my presence at the show was why all those issues happened. You know? Okay, well, my phone is dead as well if she was trying to communicate that way. I genuinely don't know how to hear somebody on Stream Together. I don't know. Also, I was planning on ending stream after I finished this video. We have 6 minutes left.
Collaborating with
Does your
people
phone
that you
even
know and
have a
trust
battery?
in a very small scale, in a very I feel like you're.
I don't know. Well, have I told you guys my philosophy where I charge my phone once and then that's it. That's
Probably
all.
one day write and direct.
Yeah, probably when I find the right thing to take up that much time, because it is a much bigger commitment than as an actor. But yeah, do you have any interest in writing and directing? I mean, any interest? Do you have do you feel that is in your future imminently, or something that might?
I'm in reverence to every person on set and every moment of the process of making a film. And I just think, what actors come on set for 15% of the whole process. Do I love being on set? Yes, 100%. And I love the working singularly on one project. And so it would be a great honor to be working with something from the original concept idea all the way through.
Is this your humble way of saying yes?
I'm just saying.
Tell me about Jurassic. Was Jurassic sort of a... I feel like I might have seen or read something that you were very excited about that. Was that something of a dream to get to...
Well, but that's probably where we have a real crossover with playing Superman.
I don't know, actually.
Okay.
Because I've...
Not once ever, but basically I charge my phone at night when I go to bed. And then that charge... That's my charge for the following day. So unless it's something like I am going to do a stream or I'm going to an event, so I want to make sure I have enough charge. Although, wait, I didn't even tell y'all. At Streamer Awards after party, I somehow locked myself out of my phone for an hour. I don't know. I must have just hit buttons when I was talking to people, and I didn't even know it was possible, but I locked myself out for a full hour. So when I went to leave, not only could I not call an Uber, but I was going to my friend's place afterwards. So I had to go up to Hassan and go, I need your phone to call Marsh. I called Marsh, who was there. It was like, I need you to text us on the address. And then Ethan Nestor booked me an Uber. And so I had to get the address that Marsh sent to Hassan's phone and then put that in Ethan Nestor's phone because he was calling me an Uber. Because I got locked out for an hour. I don't know what happened. First, what happened was I looked down and I was locked out for 5 minutes and I was like, oh, shoot. Okay. But that happens to me all the time. I get locked out of my phone for 5 minutes all the time. So I was like, whatever, 5 minutes, it'll go away. I looked at my phone again and it said, you've been locked out for an hour. I went, how is this getting worse? I truly was like so confused how the time kept going up. I said, wait a second. It was 5 minutes and now it's an hour. How do you do this? I don't know. I really don't know. I truly don't. So anyway, yeah, I do lock myself out for 5 minutes constantly. Yeah, I must have been entering in a password that was not correct. And I did so many attempts that I got locked out. But I don't know. My fingers have a mind of their own when my phone is in my hand. But that's why, too, I always worry because I'm a notorious butt dialer, even though it's not even my phone in my butt. It's just my phone will be in my hand. And I worry that, you know how people will go, so-and-so liked a tweet, but then they unliked it and people will clock that shit. I worry that's going to happen to me, but it's actually going to be accidental. And it's because when my phone is in my hand like this, things just happen. I will call people that I haven't talked to in 15 years. I will send text messages. Sometimes I'll look at my photos and I'll have a video that's 45 minutes long and it's just of wherever I was and I accidentally was recording. On my phone. So it's dangerous. Me having my phone in my hand, who knows what will happen. But something will definitely happen. You should turn those into a vlog. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Sometimes I'll look down, I'll go, ooh, and I'll have Twitter open and it'll be in a tweet deep in the comments. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Yeah, just dialing everybody, FaceTiming people. The worst is when it's somebody that I haven't talked to in a long time, because then you're like, oh, oops, that was accidental, but also I don't really want to catch up. You know how we're kind of having this interaction because I accidentally dialed you, but I don't want to actually catch up. So, and then you have to, yes. So a lot of times I will have to go into my Twitter likes just to make sure that I haven't liked anything when my phone is in my hand. Why do you not turn it off? No, the thing is I do turn it off. Well, I was going to show you an example, but like I do have it on my screen, but what will happen is I guess somehow when it's in my hand, I'll unlock the phone, but then it'll also I'll apparently try to unlock it and I do it too many times. So then I get locked out for an hour. It's actually better if I get locked out, if I'm thinking about it, because otherwise if I get into the phone, then who knows what's happening. So maybe it's good that I get locked out of my phone constantly. Anyway,
I'm on record as like, if I was a Jedi,
yeah,
that would have.
That
was my growing up thing. I was not a Superman guy growing up.
Okay.
Which is not to say I didn't have the greatest time ever making the movie and getting to wear the cape and everything. But Jurassic, you were like, well,
you're literally like my grandma when we first introduced her to a smartphone. Love to be on the same page as people's grandmas when they're given technology for the first time. They're like, whoa!
Yeah, I mean, of course, it was just an absolute, yeah. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, to...
Gosh!
When we were saying about, you know, when you're at school and you think, I'm not going to turn 20, like that's just not going to happen, and there's such a sort of like an immediacy, almost solipsism to like being young and being like, I'm probably never going to. In fact, I only realised about 10 years ago that my dad also shared with me. I just sort of felt like I probably wasn't going to grow. I was never going to make. It wasn't sort of Peter Pan. I just couldn't. I can't look ahead.
Like this sort of like I'm going to die.
Caroline was a high-performing executive at Sony. I was not a high-performing executive, but when I was at Sony, I did always fall for phishing schemes. And so I was constantly visited by the tech department.
A young thing, or just you can't?
Like maybe
my grandfather and my father had that too. They were like, I probably won't live another 10 years.
It's a very sort of, as it because you know, me and my dad sort of really connected over that, realizing that we both have, you know, he was a DJ and his like, you know, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
I think I never really
Sony
thought,
leaks. I always was I just felt like going from, you know, it was a job in my 20s and there was a lot of rejection. You look back now, this is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm getting at. Is that I saw Wicked for Good in London with my family, and I saw Jurassic World Rebirth, and I was sat there watching it, and in these moments I now can look back and get incredibly emotional because I never did look forward in that way.
You
I never
would
really
not even know it. Honestly, true.
For so many reasons, as we all do, but when, you know, the idea of being invited into Jurassic and then you go and then you're like working with Gareth Edwards and Mahershala and
North Korea was like, we don't even need to have hackers break in. We just have this dumbass.
And it's obviously Scarlett, who I've grown up watching her films, and everyone is united in this complete feverish moment of going to the cinema to see that first movie and to see...
Okay, I will say, even though I recently was talking shit on Scarlett Johansson, I do relate to her in the sense that when she was doing press for Jurassic Park with Jonathan Bailey and they were just constantly kissing on the lips, that would have been me as well. I'm just saying.
The whole franchise grow, and it was like amazing to be sharing such a united passion that was giddying. And
in some ways it's like doing a great Shakespeare play. It's like a play that has been done before by great actors, and it has this legacy.
Yes, that's true. Well, more so with Superman. I did Richard II at the beginning of the year, and I remember there was one night where 3 previous Richard II's came.
Amazing.
And it was like
you had the Spider-Man
Ray
meme.
Fiennes. Yeah, exactly. Literally, yes. And with Superman, I mean, have you been in contact with? I mean,
I got to write Tyler Hoechlin, who played him on the TV show that just ended, and I exchanged letters with Henry Cavill.
Who was yours?
Don't let me mess this up. I don't think I've met any of them.
Tom Welling.
Tom Welling was mine. I watched Smallville growing up.
Oh, God, Tom Welling. Where is he? Where is Tom Welling? Fucking love Smallville.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Oh, so one thing we have in common, which is funny, is we both got to the thing that made me emotional. Because I love a film score, and getting to be in a film that has an orchestral score is kind of a rarity these days.
Yeah.
Jonathan Bailey is gay. Oh, no, I'm well aware. I'm well aware. And I want him.
But we both got to have John Williams music at our back. And that, for me, that was the moment when I got emotional, because the music was so much when I was growing up watching Star Wars and watching Jurassic Park and Indiana Jones and everything. Realizing that all the music was this one guy, that was the sort of thing where I was like, well, if I could ever be in a movie with some John Williams music, and that I definitely didn't think would happen.
Welling does a podcast with Michael Rosenbaum where they rewatch Smallville.
In watching Superman, when the trailer came out and that music was behind
and also
it.
the theme is used so well in your film.
Yeah.
Towards the end, it comes like every sort of 92 seconds in different keys, and it's so gratifying.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a time to be alive.
Let me ask you this. Sexiest man alive. Jonathan Bailey.
Yeah,
so
baby.
Where do you go from here?
Sexiest man alive 2026.
How do you do it?
Can I just say, as much as the culture has taken turns that are very alarming and kind of feels like we've made a return to problematic eras of the past, As far as sexiest man alive this year being Jonathan Bailey, I will say that's one direction we have gone in that is positive. Not being not like when I look at past woke eras and I go, you know what? Whatever the hell's happening now, at least this is one thing we have. They're not. Okay, I was not paying attention to the pause frame. Sorry for even trying to talk. Sorry for even trying to talk. When he's making a right angle. He's bent over in 90 degrees. Wow.
That's software, not hardware. Okay.
Wait, what is...
That is that's software, not hardware. Okay.
Look at me. He goes... Wait, I need to run that back.
Yeah. Wait. Sexiest Man Alive 2026.
How do you do it?
How dare you? That is that's software, not hardware. Okay.
Back tomorrow for part 2?
Yeah. Maybe we'll just sit down in another 10. Should we just check up on each other every 10 years?
That's a good idea.
That would be a real privilege.
You know, at some point there's no alternative.
Oh, that look he gives after he laughs. Caught in 4K.
You can't actually be friends with all the lovely people there are in the industry and in the world. You just have some people.
I'll be your friend.
Well, great. Do you have time for me? I feel like you've got.
Yeah, I do actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't got time for you. I've got a 2-year-old at home. I'll talk to you in 10 years.
I'm sorry, but you have to get rid of the 2-year-old. You just have to. Not having time for Jonathan Bailey because a 2-year-old, one of them's got to go, and it's the baby.
Okay, great.
So how do you top Sexiest Man Alive? No, I'm kidding.
The ugliest. No.
Good. Should we kiss or something?
Just make out. What a pleasure. Oh.
Hello? I mean, yeah. If that's on the table. Okay, the juxtaposition of at the beginning of stream, or not at the beginning of stream, at the beginning of watching this video, everyone being like, okay, wait, so do they kiss? Will they kiss? Do you wear wigs? Are they gonna kiss? And then at the end of the video, David going, so should we kiss?
A real pleasure.
Should we kiss or something?
Just make out. What a pleasure. Oh, a real pleasure. It really got going as well. Yeah. Talk about that exponential curve.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't think anyone can resist Jonathan Bailey. I think he's too charming. I think he's too lovely. It's so beautiful. Check the call, and then this happened. Jonathan and David saying their dream musical role is High Society, and then just starting to sing together. Stop.
If you two were going to star
High Society.
Yeah.
Have you heard? It's in the stars. Next July we collide with Mars.
Well, did you ever?
What a swell party this is. Oh man, that's a great.
Have you heard? It's in the stars.
Next July we collide with Mars. Oh, bless you.
Oh yeah. Okay. There we go.
Who's our Grace Kelly?
Quick.
This was like me and Gianmarco on the Fear End episode, where he was listing the different roles that are his dream roles, and he mentioned Guido Contini from 9, and I started singing my husband makes movies, and he joins in, and everyone else on the podcast was like,
Meryl Streep.
Oh God, I mean, sure, yeah. Mars. Oh, bless you.
Oh yeah. Okay. There we go.
Who's our Grace Kelly?
Quick.
Meryl Streep.
Meryl Streep. Oh God! I mean, sure, yeah. That's such a good answer.
Oh my God!
I'm trying to think of
Scarlett.
Yeah.
Cynthia.
Does she sing?
Scarlett sings.
Oh,
sorry, I said that.
So here's the thing: as somebody who grew up in the theater and being friends with men who were either gay or, if they weren't gay, they were straight in the way that David Corenswet is. Is it any wonder that being my formative experience meant, as I went on in my life, straight men who were not theater coded made me uncomfortable. I didn't know how to form relationships with men who couldn't talk shop. And is it any wonder, too, that I meet Will Knapp, and even though he's not theater obsessed, he still has that, he's still got that energy.
But yeah, she sings.
Oh, great. Good.
Also, you need...
Yeah. Being a straight man who is comfortable with himself, who is cultured, who has emotional intelligence, who's just got that razzle dazzle. Yeah.
I would love to. Yeah.
And did you play piano with him?
Oh yes,
I was going to say it in our conversation, and he also, wrote out a jazz album, but Scarlett sang on it. And so
I did not
Dang,
realize.
dang, goes the trolley. Oh my God, I love this clip so much. I'm obsessed. They match each other's theatrical nerd energy so well, it's crazy. I'm obsessed. Whoever paired them, can I shake your hand? This is what Christmas used to feel like. This interview, but in my bedroom, just two theater kids looking at each other and going, exactly, and I never wanted it to end. We both kiss levitating. Please, not when I'm ovulating. Should we kiss or something? I screamed. They knew what they were doing with this. My eyes are pregnant. Listening to two emotionally intelligent men talk was literally making me reach a flow state. Y'all, that's how it is, okay? Like all these men out there who are like, how do I talk to women? How do I get with women? And granted, yes, David Corenswet is objectively very handsome, right? He's traditionally good looking, but at the end of the day, noted, be gay. Here's how you attract women. You be gay. As a man, be gay. But it's like having emotional intelligence, being cultured, having interests, being comfortable in your masculinity, in your sexuality, being empathetic. That is so sexy. That is something that will attract people to you because you can connect. Because you're not going to make people feel uncomfortable, and you're not going to be so caught up in performing masculinity in the performance of being a man. And it's so funny too, because it's like, these are performers. These men are actually performers, but they're not concerned with the faux performance, the facade of performing masculinity. That is no performance that they are interested in. Anyway, this is the female gaze. This is the female gaze. The way they aggressively, humbly keep turning the conversation back to the other guy, these gentlemen are a treat to listen to. Should we kiss or something? Well, yes. All teenage boys should be required to watch this. That's what I was saying earlier. This is how two loving, fun, talented men talk to each other, relate to each other. Wow. Love how they communicate, both very intelligent people. That is what I was saying earlier, where I wish I know that the people who watch something like this are not necessarily the people who should watch something like this. But in the midst of all the noise being generated on a place like Twitter and in Reddit forums because of streamers who their entire purpose is to be obnoxious and farm drama and be offensive and edgy, and it's exhausting and it's tiresome, and I just wish that young men could see that that is not how they should be behaving. That is not how they should be. That's not the role models that they should have. That's not the way that they should be learning how to communicate and interact with people. What's the video called? This is the Actors on Actors series. This is the Actors on Actors series that Variety puts on. And this is at the beginning of film award season. So not every person who's on an episode of Actors on Actors is necessarily going to be like in consideration for awards, but maybe they were in a major film this year, like David Corenswet playing Superman. But yeah, it's a series that I usually like to watch at least a couple of them, usually the ones that I'm excited for. So we'll be watching more. Who does the round table? That is Hollywood Reporter. The guy I'm smitten for loves animals, volunteers, works out simply to look like an anime character, loves both metal and K-pop. These are the kinds of things women and femme care about. Loves animals, volunteers. He sounds terrible. Anyway, there is not going to be gaming tonight because I have a friend who's here, and I think that's probably why Will ended stream early as well. So I'm going to go chat with him a bit. Gaming Frog Starve again. Considering the fact that I finished a game last night, what is this starving again? Anywho, I still too I'm narrowing down what I want to play as my next game. So I'll probably resume gaming tomorrow. And as for now, that's all I got. That is all she wrote. Is Drag Trashly no longer live? I wanted to give Drag Trashly a raid. Give Drag Trashly some love, but I don't think Drag Trashly is alive anymore. Any other small streamers that I can give some love to? You know, I'm kind of in I just keep wanting to bring attention again on small streamers because boy, oh boy, am I tired of these big streamers and their egos. Not all of them, obviously, but I just always think it's good to make sure that we're bringing some attention and helping out smaller streamers when we can, because this is a platform with shit ass discoverability. Flaky is live. I think I just rated Flaky. So how about Kaisa? Okay, let's raid Kaisa. There we go. Send you over there. Okay. Coolio. Y'all, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining me. Peace and love. And I hope you come back.